I'd like to call tonight's meeting to order. It is November 9th, 2022, and it is 6 p.m. Welcome to the Northern RAC Regional Advisory Committee meeting, or council meeting. This meeting is being held in person at the Weber County Commission chambers in Ogden, Utah, as well as being streamed live on YouTube. The button and it goes away. Now, anytime you say it, it's going to be heard, so we're going to have to be careful with our conversation. When you're not speaking, let's put the microphone away from us, and we'll go from there. So anyway, this is a public forum allowing you to express your opinions and proposals on the management of wildlife in our state. The RAC considers your ideas, opinions, and proposals and reports them to the Wildlife Board. The Wildlife Board, not the RAC, is charged with setting wildlife policy for our state. We all have ideas and opinions about what's best for Utah's wildlife, and we approach this with tremendous emotion and passion. I encourage all who wish to express their opinion to do so. However, I ask that we respect all individuals to freely express their opinions. Appropriate conduct will provide smooth meeting flow and allow the RAC to listen, digest, and address all concerns concerning the proposals offered and for consideration. Rude comments and will not be tolerated from the audience and individuals that continue to. If we have any issues with it, we'll ask to be asked to leave. So we'd like to begin then by introducing everyone. The other thing that I'd ask, if you have any electronic device, by having everyone introduce the RAC. We have a few individuals that are excused. David Earl, Junior Goring, and Matt Claw are all excused, and I believe Casey Snyder is. I guess I should have introduced myself, Justin Oliver. I'm at large from West Haven, Utah.
Kevin McLeod at large.
Mike Lauder, sportsman's rep.
Then we have two online. We'll begin with Jamie.
Hi, I'm Jamie Butler. I'm a non-consumptive user.
All right, and Emily Jensko. I think she's on there. I saw her earlier. Hopefully she'll be able to get it. Looks like she's on mute right now. But Emily, oh, there she is. Recognize, I noticed we have a member of our wildlife board here. I did see Bryce Thurgood in the audience. We thank him for being here. We also would like to recognize the DWR staff and they'll be the ones here that are providing information in the presentations that you're able to watch. We have Dax Mangus, the big game coordinator. I'd also like to welcome the public that are here attending in person, and then there are also many that are watching this right now on YouTube. For those that are attending in person, well, you'll all have an opportunity to provide comment regarding the agenda item. If you wish to do so, there are some comment cards that are back in the back, the blue comment cards. If you'll fill one of those out, if you have any questions for any of the division employees, you'll have a chance to ask those questions. Those who are watching online, if everyone's had an opportunity to watch the meetings, we won't be going over the full presentations tonight, but hopefully everyone had a chance to watch them. And then also for those who aren't here in person, everyone's had an opportunity to provide comment through the division website, and I'll let you know that we do receive all of those, and everyone has an opportunity to read your comments, and it helps us in this process with the decision. Topic, I want to make sure I got everything. So I think that's good for right now. We're going to go ahead at this time, and hopefully everyone had an opportunity to look at the agenda and the minutes from our last meeting. Does anyone have any questions concerning the agenda, today's agenda, or the meetings from our last meeting? Oh, and we also have Casey Snyder just showed up. He's our what would you call him? He's our elected official.
That's hard to say.
Yeah, we don't know what he is. All right. Okay. Thanks for being here. All right. So, sorry, did everyone have an opportunity then to look at today's agenda or the minutes that they received? Is there any questions about those? If not, I'd call for a motion to accept.
We'll make a motion to accept the agenda and minutes.
Do we have a motion to accept the agenda and the minutes from Randy and a second from Ryan? It's all right. We'll just do it instead of going through the roll call on this one, everyone at one time. All those in favor? Raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. All right. We are now going to we're going to go over the Wildlife Board update, and I've asked that Ben Nadowski do so.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ben Nadolski, Regional Supervisor for the Northern Region. One thing to clarify on the introduction, Sergeant Gabe Patterson can't be here tonight for the technology item, so we've got Derek Ewell is here tonight. He co-chaired the committee with Sergeant Patterson, so he'll be here to present that item tonight. So for the board meeting that was on September 29th, the fishing recommendations were approved as presented. That motion passed unanimously. We also discussed the Henry Mountain Bison Management Plan that you might recall. That also passed as presented unanimously. The next item was the LOA rule amendments. If you'll recall, there were 4 amendments that were presented by the division. There was a motion that passed unanimously to accept those 4 amendments as presented. But then there was some follow-up discussion that included a motion that to place on the action log a directive to form the LOA advisory group and to have an update given at each board meeting as to its progress, including work on determining a multiplier and how it can be implemented fairly. That motion was subsequently withdrawn, and in its place, there was a motion to direct the LOA advisory committee to look at multipliers, 50% rule, and any other issues and bring back a recommendation. And that motion was passed 4-3 with a tie-breaking vote by the chair. The remaining items were the conservation permit audit, conservation permit annual report, prohibited species request, which was a certificate of registration request for Pacific white-leg shrimp. There was and some discussion about the 2023 RAC board and meeting dates that you guys received. Those all passed as presented and passed unanimously. And then the meeting wrapped up with a motion to move that the division formulate a guiding document for the formation of committees that would include final approval coming from the Wildlife Board, and that was to be placed on the action log, and that passed unanimously. That's it.
Thank you very much for the update from the Wildlife Board. We'll now do a regional update and also ask Ben if he will do that for us.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, if you can go ahead and tee that up for me. I try not to take too much time with these updates, but it's hard to choose what to update you on and what not to because there's so many things that our employees do. But I'll hit some of the highlights. Tonight, I'll have an emphasis on some new faces and new employees. We're going through some changeovers in some of our ranks. So go ahead and advance the slide for me, Mike. So the first one I want to introduce you to is a gentleman named Mike Levlin. He's been hired to be our Morgan County Conservation Officer. Mike comes to us from a full career with the Utah Highway Patrol. It turns out that Mike's lifelong dream and goal was always to be a conservation officer. So he's kind of fulfilling a dream that he's always had his whole life. And so that's pretty cool. And you can see it displayed in the happiness in the photo. He's quite a gregarious guy. But it took a few shots. We asked him to smile with his eyes, and this is the best we got. So he's not much of a smiler for photos, but he's got really cool stories with his career at UHP. And it didn't take him long. I think in his first week, he was already making some pretty serious cases and stuff just because he's got that street smarts. So in the next meeting, I hope that I'll be able to introduce you to a gentleman named Cash Hancock. Some of you might know Cash from his work in our waterfowl management areas in the northern region. He is in post and has been selected to be an officer in our region for the Weber County area, pending his passing in for the Weber and Davis County area, I should say, pending his post success. But an interesting story about Cash is he's got 3 siblings that all work in law enforcement in the Weber and Davis area. So he's got a brother that works for the newly created Division of Wildlife or Division of Recreation. And that's our outdoor recreation division within the Department of Natural Resources. And then his sister works for the Forest Service. So it's kind of neat to see that family coming together to help us enforce natural resource laws in northern Utah. Our law enforcement officers have been really busy with monitoring trumpeter swan harvest. We'll get to some of the what the most recent number is there for take in a minute. But just as an example of how busy our officers are, they've just in the month of October had 361 violations in the northern region that were reported and followed up on. Next slide, Mike. We also, while we're also introducing some new faces, we're also saying goodbye to some old friends. Kent Sorensen goes affectionately by the name Sorno. He's been our habitat manager in the habitat section for the region for the past number of years, but he's finishing a 30-year career with the Division of Wildlife, and he'll be retiring in January 1st. One thing people don't know about Sorno, other than his sarcasm, is he really is a pioneer of fisheries management in the West. He came to us from the Midwest, and he brought a lot of warm water fisheries experience with him through his education and his background. And as our fisheries have advanced and our need to manage for warm water species and broader opportunities, Sorno's been a really big player in that in the background of the division. So that's something that he is really known for within the region. But he's also a friend and mentor to many. He's been really key because he's had so much experience. He's been a really good mentor to our new habitat team and has helped them kind of bridge the gap between the old and the new. So big congratulations coming for Sorno. We're happy to see him fulfill his retirement dreams, which will probably look a lot like the picture you see here. Okay, next slide. One change, Brad Hunt's kind of an old name for us. He's been around for quite a while. He's the manager for the hardware wildlife management area. But we did recently move that position from our outreach section to the habitat section. As many of you know, we've long had a history of and tradition of offering sleigh rides, which was seen as a conservation outreach activity. And that activity took up a ton of time on Brad's plate. And so we've got a new direction for that, which I'll present here in a moment. But our goal is to put as much emphasis and focus in habitat activities in the region as we possibly can. And so we've moved Brad and his role and a lot of duties that he does into our habitat section. And so he can help with the, I think, 27 or 29 WMAs that we have in the region. Right now, that's mostly landing on one guy, so we're trying to divide that up. So that's been a key move for us to help implement more of the habitat efforts that we're looking to do. And also we've got a lot of grazing agreements and monitoring that need to take place, and Brad's been really helpful with that. So next slide for me, Mike. As it relates to the sleigh rides at Hardware WMA, the winter season for Hardware starts on December 2nd, and sleigh rides will be back this year. So we have not offered sleigh rides for 3 years, starting with COVID, but then as a result of a number of different complications. But we're excited to announce that sleigh rides will be back. We have been working really hard on a RFP to go out and find a new concessionaire that will provide that service to the public and the community. And that's going to free up almost half the year for Brad to work on habitat duties while we still have an effective delivery and a high quality experience for the public to participate in the sleigh rides. What it also does is allows us to focus on the education opportunities within the education center, which have really needed a refresh for quite some time. And so our education staff are focusing on the education center now. We've done a number of different upgrades there that have really cleaned the place up. And we've got more modern displays. And then Brad can ease back on overseeing the sleigh rides and start working on WMA maintenance. So we'll be offering sleigh rides on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., starting around on that December 2nd timeframe. So we're excited to see this coming together. It may not seem like a lot, but it took us a solid 2 years of effort for the regional team and the leadership team and then Brad and Marnie up at Hardware to put this together. Huge effort. Next one, Mike. But by freeing up a lot of that time, we're able to do projects like the project at Mahogany Ridge, which is it's a juniper removal project of about 1,300 acres. It occurs on the Hardware WMA, but also on Forest Service land. We wrapped up that project in October, and we've got another phase of it coming up. And these are the kinds of activities that we want to make sure that we're doing on all of our WMAs. So Hardware is an absolute gem in that valley. And so we want to treat it like the gem that it is. And that includes these kinds of habitat treatments, but it takes people and manpower. Brad supports this, but we also have Shane Hill and our habitat team focused on that. And they've done a bang up job of reaching out to partners and getting to know our constituency and so on, and coming up with projects like this in the high priority areas. Next. Along with the Mahogany Ridge project, we've got some bitter brush planting there taking place. We put 400 seedlings that were planted by dedicated hunters and volunteers in Green Canyon in November. We've got another 400 additional seedlings that will go into the Millville Providence WMA. That's tomorrow, actually. It'll take place. So it's good to see us be able to free up some bandwidth and put it toward some of these higher priority things. And these are not the only projects, just the ones that I chose to highlight tonight. Next slide, Mike. In our aquatics section, they completed a fall gillnet survey at Willard Bay and at Bear Lake. You'll see here a picture of RAC member Jamie. I think she's online tonight.
I didn't follow the water.
She did not. So in our last meeting, we put out the invite to RAC members that you could participate in these activities. We'll have a couple more for you for, tonight too. But Jamie took us up on it, and her feedback was, your fisheries guys are cool dudes. So, and they really are. They do amazing work. So they had a blast having Jamie alongside them. They've also started a Chalk Creek cutthroat trout telemetry study. So in the big game world, we talk a lot about our migration initiative. We apply that same migration initiative in the fisheries side. And so we're doing a cutthroat trout telemetry study where we can put those, data transponders within the fish. We're doing 40 fish in this case, and then we track them and we can see where their barriers to movement are, just like we do with big game herds. They did a really intensive East Canyon Creek electrofishing survey. This was tied with the water quality study. That was a ton of effort, but it's going to yield results for cleaner water for the East Canyon watershed. And we're also going to be welcoming a new flatwater biologist. Go ahead and advance the slide. Taylor Stewart, sorry, I'll get to that one next. I got it out of order there. Before we get to Taylor, we'll announce that Scotty Tolentino is also retiring. And if anybody knows Scotty, he's been a DWR biologist for 30 years. And he's been at Bear Lake for almost that entire 30 years. And he has just lived and breathed Bear Lake. And he is a preeminent expert in the fishery and the native species that are in the lake. And he has played just such an integral part to the successes that we've had at Bear Lake, including restoring naturally reproducing cutthroat trout. And not only restoring them, but taking them to record high numbers that we have on record in this last year. So he's an avid angler and a hunter, and I'm thrilled that he gets to have that opportunity to do more of what he loves. But he has always been a tireless promoter of Bear Lake and its fisheries, and I know he will continue to be. But we are really thankful that we've had Scotty, but sad to see him go. He's just been an unwavering professional, and just in the last year, American Fisheries Society recognized him for his career service, and he has written numerous manuscripts that are published worldwide, and he has just really given a ton of himself to the resource and to the agency. So sad to see him go, but I'm happy for his next chapter for him. Next slide. And again, as we see Scotty go, we're welcoming a new biologist named Taylor Stewart. Taylor was originally from Wisconsin, so we're kind of assuming that he likes beef jerky and Blaze Orange. If we're wrong, we'll reevaluate, but Taylor is just a really impressive mind. If anybody has hung out with our fisheries guys, you know how sharp they are. Taylor fits right in and helps us take a step above. He's got his PhD in fisheries from the University of Vermont, and he's just wrapped up his postdoc at Mississippi State University, and a lot of his experience is on big lakes, big systems, complicated trophic systems, primarily in the Great Lakes, but he has a really tremendous quantitative fisheries analysis. And as quantitative as he is, I've been really surprised at how personable he is as well. He's very easy guy to get along with. But those quantitative skills are something that are hugely important in fisheries. And it was a skill that we were looking for in this recruitment. And in his first couple of weeks with the agency, he's already taken our report writing to another level. So throughout the year in fisheries, we collect a bunch of data, and then we go back to the office, analyze the data, and then we write reports. And most of the winter is spent behind a desk writing those reports and developing recommendations. He's so quantitative that he was able to write a bunch of statistical code that automatically generates our reports. And so we're capturing almost like a third or a fourth of our bandwidth in the fisheries team that used to be spent behind the desk, and we're putting that back toward management. And he's starting to talk with the other regions too, and they're starting to look at his code and see how they can adopt it. And we are hopeful that we can get a lot more management bandwidth again through these kinds of efficiencies. So he'll be moving to Ogden with his wife and his dogs here in December, but he's doing all of that crazy data stuff from afar right now until he gets moved in. Next slide. In the wildlife section, you might have seen in social media that we brought 27 bighorn sheep from Arizona to Antelope Island. We're happy to report that all of those sheep, every one of them are alive and thriving. Huge thank you to all the partners that helped make that happen and all the employees that worked crazy hours. I was approving the timesheets, and the hours were just amazing. That almost round the clock work from a lot of people in the agency and the partners that volunteer to do that. It's just amazing the stuff that can be done. Of course, with the opener of the illegal weapon deer hunt, we operated deer check stations. Those were a little slower than usual. We had just really crazy weather on the opener. So opening day, Saturday, was a little slow, picked up a little bit on Sunday, and it continued to pick up through the week after that. We're also conducting pheasant releases throughout the areas, wildlife management areas and walk-in access areas. And we will be doing some postseason deer classification. So that'll be a part of your field trip opportunities coming up. Next slide, Mike. I realized that we made a change in staff that I realized when Brad called me, he's like, who the heck is the manager or the biologist in the summit area? So Dave Smedley's been with us for a long time. He came to us from the southern region, and he was the Cache district biologist, but he's also was promoted to be the assistant wildlife manager. And that comes with a lot of kind of administrative oversight and supervision within the team. And so some of those duties kind of take away from your wildlife biologist duties at times. And it was really hard for us to balance having him in the cache, which was further away from the office, while trying to be the administrative assistant for the section. So when Dave Rich retired and vacated the Chalk Creek, Camas, and North Slope biologist position, Dave moved into that, and I think it helps free up more efficiencies in business operations and administrative operations. And then as Dave Smedley vacated the cache, and then we had to go out and hire the cache. So if you'll advance the slide, Mike. That's where we've got Sam Robertson. Sam's here tonight. Sam, can you wave? It's probably the best look you're going to get at him. We couldn't find a picture without a hat on and without his face down, because he's a pretty intense guy. But he's kind of quiet, but when he comes out of his shell, he's an awesome guy. And I really look forward to everybody getting to know him. He's an absolute animal on the mountain. He'll keep up with any one of you, even some of the legends in our ranks that really get around. This guy knows his district. He lives and breathes the cache. That's his dream job, and we're super excited to have Sam. He was a wildlife technician for us for about 2 years beforehand, and he is about to defend his thesis, his master's at Utah State, where he studied moose survival rates and cause-specific mortality in Utah, specifically for winter tick. And super helpful research, but great having Sam along. Next slide. We're still left with a few vacancies. So we are on the cusp of announcing a box elder district biologist. Sydney Lamb was promoted to be the manager, the wildlife section manager in the central region. She's going to do a fantastic job down there. But we also today interview for a wildlife technician position, and tomorrow we'll interview for wildlife or landowner specialists. So we'll have some new faces for you again in the next RAC meeting. Next. In our outreach section, we've got a partnership with SFW where they put on a beginner pheasant hunt on November 12th. That's this Saturday. The SFW provides a bunch of volunteers and all of the birds for first-time hunters to come have kind of a guided and mentored experience at Ogden Bay Waterfowl Management Area. So we've got 60 recent hunter education graduates that are going to participate, and we found with this kind of a model, not only through the partnership and the volunteers that can take kind of one-on-one experience and teach people the experience, we have a lot more effective engagement and retention of hunters, and people come back and participate in the pastime more. So really looking forward to that. I know I'll be there and I'm really excited for it myself. So next slide. Kind of a similar model in partnering with Delta Waterfowl, a mentor duck hunt. So we've reached out and identified first-time hunters that are interested in waterfowl, and volunteers from Delta Waterfowl put together a range day, and then they put together an opportunity to spend time together in the marsh. And again, it's a mentor, hunting mentor can sit with a family or sit with a hunter and their, son or daughter and help them learn the ropes. And they just build these kind of relationships, and they can become a mentor after just that day. And again, we're real thankful for the partnership with Delta Waterfowl and SFW for helping us with this kind of approach. It's really heartening. Next slide. At the Great Salt Lake, we've had avian flu continues to be detected. It has had an impact on eared grebes. The big concern is that salinity continues to be extremely high. We're over 19% now. As I listened to all the scientists talk, that 18% salinity is seen as like a real tipping point for when there's negative consequences to the brine shrimp. And we've exceeded that, and we're watching it really closely. But in addition, in that time, the brine shrimp numbers continue to be normal, and the harvest to date has exceeded about 11 million pounds, which is about average. But one of the big concerns we have is with what's called microbial lights. Jamie can help me if I botch this, but a couple of meetings ago, we talked about microbial light habitat and what their importance is. When these are microbial lights on the picture, and when these are inundated, they provide habitat for brine fly and brine fly larvae throughout their entire life cycle. So without having these inundated, brine flies can't complete their life history. We are down to a point where about 30% of all of the microbialites are still submerged, and that is having a tremendous effect on brine flies and brine fly larvae, and bird numbers are significantly lower than normal as a result. So birds stop over at the lake, eat less, leave with less fuel, and then they return in fewer numbers, eat less, and so on. So that's kind of the cycle that we're monitoring and watching and concerned about. Next slide. In our waterfowl team, which is a part of our Great Salt Lake team, we had, they oversee Phragmites treatments for the entire state, not just for the Division of Wildlife, but they partner with Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. And they've done 2,100 acres of Phragmites treatments with aerial spraying and ground spraying for 3,900 acres across 7 WMAs. It's a massive amount of groundwork, tons of effort put into that. And those guys are just workhorses. Ogden Bay received a NACA grant. That's a North American Wetland Conservation Act grant that really wouldn't be possible without partnerships with Ducks Unlimited, where they help match the federal funds and put projects on the ground. We'll be doing it at Ogden Bay to help shore up some dikes, but also they're working on planning projects at Farmington Bay and Salt Creek as well. And each fall we work on upland plantings. That's been completed. And trumpeter swans are starting to arrive, and we've had 3 checked in so far. That was before, that's up to date for close of business today. Next slide. What you guys don't know is there's a whole business team that supports the entire region. We just invited Keston Krieger to be a part of that team. She's our new accounting technician. She's also helping us check in those swans. She was a former IRS employee, so I'm just assuming she's really excited to be with us and not at IRS. So don't hold her to that. That was me saying it, but she loves to fish on rivers and streams, and comes with a ton of energy. So we're super excited to have her. Next slide. We also brought on Lindsay Allred. She's our new office specialist. Used to work for the UPS and enjoys hiking, fishing, and not having to work at the UPS, especially during Christmas holidays. So it's kind of fun to see these two come into our ranks and be like, wow, this place is an amazing place to work. So we're really excited to have them both. Next slide. So like I said, RAC member opportunities. We've got postseason deer classifications. We are working on some cutthroat trout surveys at Cinnamon Creek, which will take place next year. But if anybody has any interest in Cinnamon Creek, that would be something that would be different. And come next spring, we'll make that announcement. The Lower Bay Gillnet surveys that Jamie participated in, if you missed it and you wanted to participate, we do that every year. But we've got other lakes that we do just like it. And then we'll have more beaver translocations for Ryan. So I'll make sure to tee those up for you. Okay, that's it. I think next slide. Yep, that's it. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. Sorry that took so long, but that's just the highlights.
You asked us about having this meeting not go very long. I'm blaming you.
Rest is on you now. Sorry. Go ahead.
Anyway, thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. Is there any questions? Does anyone have anything about any of the update items? All right. Yes, sir.
What subspecies of bighorn sheep is that, desert or Rocky Mountain?
Rocky.
Rocky? Okay.
Yes. I guess.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. So I noticed a lot of people came in, we have trickling in late. If you are going to have any comments or you want to address the RAC, please, there's some comment cards back in the back that you'll need to make sure you fill them out and have the agenda item that you'd like to discuss. And then if you can bring it up to Jody here on my right, then she'll make sure that we get it. So just to go over the procedure real quick so everyone's familiar with it, I'll announce what the topic is going to be, and then I'm going to ask for questions from the RAC, members of the RAC. After they're done asking questions, I will give the opportunity for members of the public that are here to ask questions. Once the public is done asking questions, then I'm going to turn time over to Ben to discuss the public feedback, what we got on the surveys or what we got back through the feedback process. Once we're done with that, we'll then call for public comments. That's the time where you'll come forward and we'll call you according to the card that we get up here on the front. I'm going to ask, and notice we have a lot of people. I'm happy about this. Since COVID, this is the largest meeting we've had since then, so that's great. As everyone meets, you're going to have 3 minutes to it. As the public speaks, you're going to have 3 minutes. I'm a pretty nice guy. I promise I don't like to be mean, but because of the number of people here, we're going to stick to 3 minutes. If you're in the middle of a comment, I'm going to give you maybe 10 seconds notice, but we just can't go over to try to keep the meeting moving. So please don't be upset if we cut you off a little bit short. So just think about what you're going to say. Make sure you use the 3 minutes. Another thing that I will ask, we want everyone to have everyone the opportunity to share their comments. If you see that the same comment that you were going to say was said before you, maybe if you just come up and say, I agree with them and hit the thing, but we're just really trying to get the meeting to move along. Again, everyone has the right to speak, but if we can move the meeting along a little bit, not everyone will be home at midnight. But at the same time, and to make sure that you please state your name also before you speak. Thank you. So once we're done with the public comment, we'll then hear comment and discussion from the RAC. And then after that, I will call for a motion, and then there'll be discussion on the motion in a second, and then we'll vote. And we'll go through that for each agenda item. So with that, as I mentioned before, we're going to begin with agenda item number 5, the statewide elk management plan and rules of R657-5 and R657-62. We're going to ask that Dax Mangus come forward, our big game coordinator. Again, hopefully everyone's had the opportunity to watch the presentation. There was a lot of information in there. So as the questions come up and comments, hopefully if some of your questions are answered during this presentation, or some of your comment that would lead to your comments, if they're answered before you need to come up, you can say that, hey, my answer, I found out what I needed to, and if you don't want to comment, you don't have to. So this time I'm going to invite Dax. I spoke with him earlier. I know there was one item that he wanted to try to address that wasn't with one of the maps, and if there's any other thing that you'd like to clarify before we start with questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm Dax Mangus. I took over for Kobe Jones as the big game program coordinator. I've been in this position since, I think, July officially. So I kind of stepped in right in the middle of this statewide elk plan revision process, and it's been really fun. It's been a great project to be involved in. As Justin mentioned, the presentation, if any of you watched it, don't raise your hand, but if any of you actually watched the full 53 minutes of the presentation, you have listened to me for longer than my wife has listened to me in 22 years of being married. So if you made it through that, congratulations. I'm super interested and really invested in this, and I don't know if I could rewatch myself for the full 53 minutes. So there's a lot of stuff. If you have questions, don't be afraid to ask. You know, don't feel embarrassed if you had to put it in 1.5 speed to get through some of that, and you have a question or two. We're happy to dive into stuff and go through things. Before we get started, one oversight we did find after we published the RAC packet on the map that shows the spike only units, we left out the LaSalle Mountains. We put the LaSalle Dolores Triangle, but we left out the LaSalle Mountains. So that is a correction that we're hoping to make, that has been a spike unit in the past, and we're recommending to continue the LaSalle Mountains to be a spike unit. It just got left off the map. So one correction, just to put it out there. I want to just quickly recognize also we have several members present that sat on this elk committee. It was a lot of hours, a lot of meetings. Some of them were more pleasant than others. But Brad Buchanan on the RAC Chair was in the meetings. We got Troy Justison from SFW that was on the committee. Daniel was on the committee. We got Aaron. Did I miss anybody? Yeah. So we've got, you know, we had a lot of folks that really invested a lot of time and effort into helping put this presentation or this plan together. And with that, you know, we had a lot of division staff as well. And I've got Lindy Varney from licensing is here with me this evening. If we have licensing specific questions, Lindy can help with some of those. The plan, again, the presentation was quite long. You know, I tried to kind of introduce the context, the need for a revision, and what our goals as a committee were, and then dove into, within the plan, there's really 3 categories, three areas where we have goals, objectives, and strategies. And that was population management, habitat management, and recreation management. And so with that, you know, if that is helpful to look at it maybe in those different sections, you know, the population management portion, the habitat management portion, and then the recreation portion within that, the general season and limited entry. If that's helpful to break it into smaller, more digestible pieces, I'll leave that to you, but that may be helpful. And with that, I guess, thank you, and fire away with your questions. I can tell I'm a little bit nervous because my average body temperature might be 98.6, but I think my ears are about 120 and my fingers are about 72. So all the blood has rushed to my core. Let's go, I guess. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're going to have a lot of questions. And so, you know, and again, I think I like that you recognize the members of all the members that were on the elk committee. And as we received a lot of public feedback, you know, through the comment section that I think sometimes people don't recognize. I know in your presentation, you went through and explained who the people were and where they come from, but I want people to understand that this is a very diverse group that comes a part of these management plans, and they spend countless hours. You know, a lot of them, they meet down in Utah County, a lot of guys from up north and all over. It is a very large commitment, and there's a lot of time and effort put into it. And so when we hear comments about, oh, the division, we'll get into that, only about money and all these things, I can assure you all the guys that are on that committee, they don't worry about any of that stuff. They're trying to help make sure that there's a good plan set in place for wildlife in Utah. So with that, we're going to open up some questions for the RAC, and I know that Mike would like to ask the first question.
This is one it's probably going to be really obvious. But as I read through it, I guess if I had one thought, I sit on the CWMU advisory committee as well, and we hammer our CWMUs about killing cows and making sure they're killing their cows. And if they're not, they're brought before us to find out why. And we took that opportunity, or we're asking to take that opportunity out of the hands of the public hunter. Because some of those that are archery hunting specifically, having that opportunity to either shoot a cow or a bull, they're just elk hunters a lot of the time. They're not a bull hunter or a cow hunter. They're just elk hunting. And I guess my question to you, Dax, is what was the thought about removing that opportunity from the archery folks to harvest a cow?
Yeah, that's a great question. I know one that's come up a lot. Part of what we're trying to do in this committee is be a little more surgical and specific with how we hunt animals. A big part of that has to do with influencing distribution of animals. Archery hunt, like elk, are very responsive to hunting pressure. They don't move as much when they're hunted with archery equipment versus if somebody, you know, empties the magazine on a 300 Win Mag. You know, so the harvest that we get from archery hunters is important, and it's really good harvest because it oftentimes doesn't push elk to inaccessible areas nearly as much as it might, if they were hunted with a different weapon type. And we made several recommendations to remove some flexibility with antlerless elk hunting in this plan. One of them was you can only hunt on the dates that are printed on your permit. In the past, there's been flexibility if you had another big game tag during this, in the same area as your antlerless elk permit, you could harvest that elk during that season. And we're asking to remove some of that flexibility in order to be able to be more specific and strategic with how we hunt antlerless elk to keep desirable distribution of elk.
So it's more about distribution than harvest.
That's part of it.
Okay,
That's part of it.
that was kind of where I was,
Yeah.
my curiosity, because a lot of times we're over objective in these units and we're taking away another opportunity, is the appearance to me of those that would shoot cow elk because they're opportunist on an archery hunt in a lot of cases.
And the intent, and this was one that got a little bit misunderstood as well. The intent is that in this spring's RAC process, we would recommend an over-the-counter general season archery antlerless elk permit. That's kind of a tongue twister, but the idea would be we don't.
In addition to the bull permit?
Yes. So
Okay.
the idea is not to take that opportunity away. In some ways, it's perhaps expanded because a hunter could harvest an antlerless elk, and then if they also possess a general season bull permit for archery, they could potentially harvest 2 elk. So, it depends how you look at it.
That
You
fixes it for me.
You would have to buy 2 permits, though. You'd have to buy
but I
an
s-
antlerless elk permit, and you'd also have to buy a bull permit. So we're not trying to take that option away, but we are restricting a little bit to where you'd have to purchase bull permits. And also a big part of the plan and the recommendations we make are to address this really high demand to hunt elk across the board, whether it's limited entry elk managed for the highest age objectives with a rifle in September, or antlerless, archery elk general season. And so the recommendation is to have, if folks buy that antlerless archery elk permit, that it would take away their preference points. And it forces hunters to choose a little bit. Do you want to hunt cows every single year? Or do you want to wait 3, 5, 7 years and put in for, some of our antlerless elk permits take that long to draw, believe it or not. So that was part of the recommendation as well. So
I actually like the way it reads now. I didn't have my mind around the fact that they could still purchase one and still have the opportunity to shoot either or, but now both. So thank you, Dax, for clarifying that.
Okay. Yeah, that's the intent. And I think in the press release, it said we would recommend archery elk permits in the spring. And some folks understood that to mean we would hunt antlerless elk in the spring, which is not. To clarify, we're not going to recommend hunting antlerless elk in the spring. It's in the spring RAC cycle when we recommend permit numbers and antlerless permit numbers, we would recommend that hunt. So.
Oh, Jamie, you have a question?
I do, and mine is a little bit, I'm like a little bit more 30,000 feet than some of these questions. But one of the last things that you said in your presentation was that somebody gives up a little bit now for posterity. And I want to know who in this like 10-year really important elk management plan, who gives up? Who gives up and who gains in this like 10-year plan?
Yeah, so that's a good question. And there's a lot of pieces to that. I'll maybe take a stab at listing a few of them. So one of them would be a little less flexibility for antlerless hunters. One of them would be for general season hunters. We're recommending capping the multi-season permits at current levels. There's a lot of demand for those. So there might be folks that would want to purchase those and they'd be sold out. On the limited entry units, we're recommending lowering the age objectives a little bit on the top 2 units. That should make those hunts, they should still be great hunts and have high success rates and kill old age class bulls, but there will be fewer bulls on the landscape on those units. So it may be a little bit more challenging to still, instead of sorting through 50 different bulls before a hunter decides which one to take, they might only get to sort through 25 different bulls or 30 different bulls before they get to decide which one that they want to harvest. So it's kind of a little bit from a lot of different groups, a little bit from general season hunters, some from the limited entry hunters. And the idea is that we can create a diversity of elk hunting opportunities, something from, you get to hunt every single year, but it's a really hard hunt with low success rates to, we still have some of those kind of grail hunts in September with a rifle, although the dates are a little shorter and the percentage of permits we allocate to those would be a little smaller. So it's kind of across the board. The committee and the division feel like if everyone gives a little bit, there's some folks that some of the units we're recommending changing from limited entry to general season. Every unit is somebody's backyard or somebody's favorite unit. And I'm sure we've recommended making some changes on a couple units that are probably near and dear to some folks. And, but as part of this bigger picture, bigger package, if everybody gives up a little bit, then we feel like we can create a lot more opportunity moving forward and make something that's sustainable and going to be there for kids and grandkids in the future. If that answers your question, I could go on and on, but like a presentation.
I wanted to compliment you too, also, because I feel like when I watched this, it was almost like the division was in a no-win situation. That there's like more people and there's like less opportunity, and like really people are looking for all of having their cake and eating it too. And I just want to compliment you for all of your work, and also the technology that you also just put all of these little sections online that you didn't have to watch the entire thing if you didn't want to. I watched the entire thing. I got it.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you. I believe Casey has a question.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
Okay. Dax, it's really good to see you. I would offer my congratulations on your promotion, but I think condolences are more in order. So you'd probably would have been happier just staying in the basin, but we're glad you're here. So I want to talk to you a little bit, just a couple of questions on the 2-season piece that's in the proposal. So right now let's just focus on the general units and just what we have in terms of caps right now. Which unit is getting most of the pressure of our general elk units, and what percentage do you think that is?
It's the Uintas, the Uinta Mountains, the North Slope and South Slope. South Slope's a little more than has more hunters on it than the North Slope. The percentage, off the top of my head, I think it's like in the 60-ish% range. Don't quote me on that exactly. If we need to dial down, we can get some data from maybe from Kent or Lindy. But the bulk of our any bull hunters are hunting the Uinta Mountains, either the North Slope or South Slope.
So my question is, so we did what, 17,000 tags last year?
17.5.
17.5.
Yep.
So if we go to 15,000 in the first season and then a capless second season, is there no concern from the division that those units that are already absorbing the bulk of usage in the state are going to have the bulk of all the new users that come online as well?
So yeah, that's a good question. It's something we talked about a lot. And honestly, a big part of this recommendation was to create some new any bull units in other parts of the state, because the Uintas really does receive the lion's share of the hunting pressure. And if you're a hardcore Uintas hunter and you look at these recommendations and adding in the Paunsaugunt, the Anthro, the Ochre Stansburys, the Deep Creeks, a couple portions of the Nebo, that Floyd Canyon portion of the southwest corner of the Book Cliffs. If, as a hunter who's hunted the Uintas, I'm like, yes, maybe that spreads some more folks out to some other parts of the state. The Uintas will continue to receive a lot of elk hunting pressure because it's a large unit, it has fairly large elk populations, and it has a lot of public land. So I think it could help the Uintas in some regard by spreading pressure out to more units. I still think we'll have a lot of hunters in the Uintas, and especially on that second season with no cap, there could potentially be a lot of hunters in the Uintas. We do see, and I mentioned this before, we anticipate that second rifle season for the general season any bull would be pretty tough. I think it's going to have pretty low success rates. A lot of the elk, during the first season, they'll probably harvest a fair number of the available elk, and the rest of the elk, I think, are going to be in a deep, dark canyon, or will have migrated onto big blocks of tribal land or private land in the Uintas. The Ute tribe has some big blocks there across the South Slope. I think it'll be a hard hunt. It's probably not a dream hunt for a lot of folks. We're not worried that we're going to I see comments that's like, we're going to decimate the herds, or we're going to, wipe out our elk populations. The way we're hunting elk, where we're just hunting bulls, bulls don't have babies. You don't need as many bulls to keep a population going. And so I do think it'll be a hard hunt. I do think the Uintas will still get pressure, but I think it should help the Uintas as well.
Well, if we can't put you on the record for 60%, we'll put you on the record for bulls don't have babies, for sure. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Legislator, I'm not going to get into bathrooms or anything like that.
Okay. So my follow-up question on this, and I appreciate that. So one of the things that I really like in this plan is the reduction in limited entry units, or at least the changes, and more opportunity for regular people. I think that's something that I'm very supportive of. In the broader discussion, we do have units in this state that have comparable public land distributions like the Uintas. And we know what they are. They're sacred. There's the boulder, there's the fish lake, there's the manti, but they provide that public opportunity. I'm wondering if you could comment why those were not also considered as to be general units.
Yeah, that's a great question. And what Casey's kind of getting at there is the units, the areas that we did recommend to transition into any bull are not all stars in the limited entry unit world. They're units that struggle as limited entry units. We were looking at the numbers a little bit. The elk population on those units we're recommending to become any bull is between 3,000 and 4,000 elk that are available on, mostly public, some private lands. It's a little over it's like 3.37 million acres. So and that's excluding tribal lands and military base lands. So it's a large acreage. It's a medium number of elk. It's the number of elk that we might see on one of our, medium to larger size limited entry units. But the reason we didn't recommend transitioning some of these other limited entry units into general season is because, on one hand, we're weighing this huge demand for general season hunting opportunity. On the other hand, there's 70,000 plus applicants for 3,000 limited entry permits as well. And so, there's a ton of demand for both of those, and we tried to find a balance. So it is adding a lot of new acreage and substantial numbers of elk into general season. We really didn't touch any of the limited entry units that seemed to be functioning very well. It's more of the limited entry units that were kind of semi-functional or dysfunctional. So, and it was really just this balance. Like, we have a ton of demand in the general season side of things. We have a ton of demand in the limited entry side of things. If we take a whole bunch of the limited entry side away and put it into general season, it maybe helps with the general season side, but then it makes it even worse on the limited entry side. And, we did a public opinion survey, and the public said they wanted more of everything, everywhere, all the time. And so and the committee's central operating theme was, how can we increase opportunity yet maintain quality? So, it was a lot of just trade-offs and looking at stuff. And that's kind of the rationale behind, why we didn't necessarily touch some of the other limited entry units.
Can I ask one final question? Okay, because I've been thinking a lot about this, and I watched your thing twice. So I got 2 hours of my life I'd love to have back, Dax. But so the question I have, is there flexibility in the plan? Let's say this doesn't go as contemplated, and you do dump 40,000, 30,000, I don't know, into some of these units and have some real detrimental effects. Do you feel like you have the latitude in rule to crawl this back, or are we stuck in this for 10 years?
Yeah, so, we do have built into the plan that we do a mid-plan review after 5 years of hunting and come back and look at it. And the other thing is, we've got to make some recommendations and let them roll for a few years, because sometimes it takes a year or two for the dust to settle and some of these things to kind of find their equilibrium and settle out. But at the same time, if something is a disaster, if something is like just an absolute failure and blows up, and we are putting populations at risk or something like that, we have, some catastrophic wildfire, some act of God, or some really unanticipated thing that happens, the intent is not to handcuff ourselves and watch something just implode. So at the same time, we need to put plans in place and give them a few years so that we're not just changing direction every single year. And, if we need to check up on this. There's a lot of changes. If we need to check up on this sooner than 5 years, I think we're open to that. And, you know, if we need to give it 3 years and check on it instead of waiting 5, I think the division's okay with that. We just don't want to change every single year. Thanks.
Okay, we'll go with Brad and then, or go with Randy first.
You actually hit a bunch of mine because I had a long list. And I'm not going to lie, when I turn on your video, the first thing I look at is always the time. I about died when I saw it was 52 minutes.
There was some sticker shock there. Yeah.
But it was riveting. So, no, actually, it was really good. I am going to start out saying I really liked overall what you guys put together. I think you guys did. I don't want to reuse phrases you guys use, but I think you did go outside the box in some stuff. And I like that. I really like the split season. One of the questions I was going to hit you up on is on the limited entry. You're talking about reducing the age a little bit on that. And you said that has the potential of increasing permits. I think it was between 40 and 50%.
Yep.
How, if that's the case, what's your plan of implementing that? Would that be a 1-year dump? Are you going to stretch that over several years? What are you going to do?
Yeah, the intent would be, you know, to follow this model of adaptive management. So we would not recommend a 50% increase in year 1. It would be, you know, working towards that. Maybe we do 20% and see where it is the next year. You know, if it's looking good, the trend's still where we want it to be, maybe we do another 20%. So it's easing into it. We're not going to be that aggressive. And that estimate, that 40 to 50% increase for 1 year reduction in the age objective, you know, that's on a stable population. We do have a few of these populations that have been or are in flux currently. And so we're going to look at them on a case by case basis and then make incremental recommendations to try to, you know, maximize that opportunity while maintaining quality, but it wouldn't be all at once.
I assume that was the case, but I didn't find it anywhere. So, okay, perfect. Another question that came up multiple times in the feedback forms that we got online was, oh, do you know what? It might be better. I'll address it in the hunting date section. I'll skip that for now. So I'll try to stay on topic. I think other than that, I'm going to throw in, I liked it. I don't expect you to answer this, but I think the units that are being added back in are the ones that were proposed 1 or 2 years ago. Is that correct? I thought that was the case. I really like that. I hope it stays in this time.
Some of them are new, but some of them are the same ones.
Okay, thank you.
Brad.
Just building on a little bit of what Casey said, to the same token, given what's happening in most other states, if we see a jump in non-resident numbers, do we have the latitude to control that? That makes sense.
Yeah. Lindy, what do you think? Do you want to help me answer this one?
I just wanted to make Lindy walk up here, that's all.
Yeah. I usually make Lindy come to all these meetings to support and give me backup, and then I stand up there and answer for her and butcher the answer. So I'm going to have Lindy come help a little bit.
Okay, so Lindy Varney, I'm the licensing coordinator. To the effect of the plan, if we had flexibility, I'll let Dax add that. But if we do the unlimited for the second season, it's kind of hard to see how many non-residents would come to Utah. So I did pull the data to see how many non-residents buy the archery permit that's unlimited. And it's about almost 10%. So if that kind of helps you. So I would kind of probably see the same number around and that's typically what we do is a 90-10 split on our permits. But it is hard to anticipate, especially, Dax did say it is a harder hunt. It is going to be less successful. So maybe the first year we might see a rise and then the second year come down, just like we do with our turkey when we did over the general season, over the counter with unlimited. We saw a spike the first year, and then we've gone down and we've kind of now leveled out over the last 12 years.
Are we seeing an increase in the non-resident archery tax sales, or has it stayed pretty flat?
It stayed pretty flat. So like the first, I did from 2016 to 2022. In 2016, it was about 5%. And then COVID did amazing things for us. And for the last 3 years, we've kind of hit around the 9 to 10% for non-residents. So.
Oh, before you go, We're gonna have you stay up there for just a minute. I'll have a question real quick. So I've gotten a few vocal people who have heartburn with the multi-season elk permit. We got a couple questions about the number of people who purchased the muzzleload elk permit. How many muzzleload permits does the state of Utah sell?
Yeah, that's one for the exact number. I don't like to say, don't put me on record, so I like to pull up the exact number.
It's recorded, you're on record.
So for the any bull this year, we sold 681 permits in the muzzleloader season, and that was 4%.
So 681, and then the spike somewhere, was it similar?
The spike was 800,
And 800.
and so that's like more 6%. So 4% of the any bull and 6% of the spike
Right.
went to muzzleloaders.
I think they've had it pretty good having the mountain to themselves, and they're with the multi-season, it's maybe put a few extra people on the mountain with
Of
them,
course,
but
yeah.
that's, I mean, there's 7,500. The cap on the multi-season permits right now.
That's, yeah, the 7,500, cap that the elk committee put together is kind of the rough number that we sold this year.
So
I'm not sure
even,
that number-
so even if every person who purchased the multi-season permit were out there, it'd be 7,500 plus the
Yeah, the
800. There
yeah.
might be 8,000 people in total in the state out on the muzzleload
Yep.
elk hunt permit.
Yep, and right now we have almost 9,000 on any legal weapon hunt itself. So they still would be less than any legal weapon hunt.
Assuming every one of them went out there.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'll just sit right here.
Any other questions from the RAC?
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask one that I cared about. Well, I cared about the others. but-
There's a lot. Don't be afraid to ask questions. If we go till midnight, Ben says he's buying everyone dinner, so
Okay.
snack donuts or something.
There was some attention given to the point creep and some of these changes being made for the point creep. And I can see where that's going to benefit. And this is, I don't know if you can answer this, and I don't want to go too far abroad, but why do we allow buying points?
We always have, and Lindy's in charge of that. I don't know if you have a better answer than that, Lindy.
So, the state of Utah decided to go to the point system back in, almost 30 years ago. And that's, at that time they said, well, there's years that I'm not going to be able to go hunt. Is there an opportunity for me just to purchase a point so I can keep my hat in the game? And that's kind of where it originated from. And we've kind of stuck to that because, not every year we can put our name in the hat to draw out because we know that we're going to, go on vacation or we have some major event happening during the fall. So we were like, I don't want to lose my place. So it's been the public, sentiment of keeping the points, of purchasing them, especially now when they are so valuable. Like if you miss a year, it really could set you 5 to 10 years back for drawing out. So that's why we've kind of still kept it that way.
We're doing it just because we've always done it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean that sarcastically to you.
No, and I get it. It is a thing, but like if you don't draw out, you accumulate a point.
Mm-hmm.
So, I could see potentially if we just said, okay, never mind, you can't buy a point. If you want the point for a year, if you don't draw out or you're going to put your name in the hat, people are going to put their name in the hat and the odds are going to go up. And I can see surrenders increasing because you can't. They like, oh, maybe I can make it work out, and then they can't, and they'll surrender their tag, even though they still don't get the point. But for medical or illness or other reasons, you can still get a point for the year. So it has its pros and cons to both ways.
There's some pretty stiff penalties for turning in tags now, especially if you do it on short notice.
For short notice, yes, there is. You lose all your points if you turn it in less than 30 days. But most of our surrenders do come in on day 30. So.
Okay, all right. So I'm just going to throw it out there for any board members that might be here. I think it's crazy that we sell points. If you can't hunt that year, don't put in. I mean, we have a huge point creep problem and we're letting people buy points. It's crazy.
I think what Lindy said, the reason we do it, we've done it all along. It's, a lot of folks in the state will send a kid on like a 2-year LDS mission. Maybe they don't want their kid to fall behind those 2 years where they got that type of thing, or someone knows they're going to have to work out of town 1 year in the fall, or so. It sounds like there's a reason for it, but yeah, it does probably contribute just to the whole number of points.
Yeah, but if everybody's playing by the same rules and we have a whole lot of people, to use your example, instead of youth that go on missions, that means there's a whole lot of people that aren't going to, everybody's going to be on that same rotation. So I'm just throwing it out there.
You got me thinking. All right. Other questions? There's a lot of information there, a lot there. So hopefully, do we have any, if there's no more, I'm going to turn the time over for the public out, the audience, if they have any questions. Is there anyone that would like to ask Dax a really hard question? I knew Brandon would. Brandon, where do we want to come up here? Yeah.
This is the same podium? Yes.
Front and center.
This ought to be interesting, us trading back and forth. I've got 3 questions. These are all questions I know the answer to, so I'm going easy on you because you've already been asked. And one for Lindy. These are questions I already know the answer to, but they need to be asked so that people get the answers. This over-the-counter cow tag, will we be able to buy that tag if we draw during the antlerless draw? So if I draw a rifle cow tag next year, can I buy an antlerless elk tag and hunt with my bow?
Yes.
Okay. Can I hunt the extended with that tag?
The intent would be no. We would recommend it so that no.
Okay.
You'd be able to hunt the extended with your bull tag, but not with the antlerless.
Okay. Lindy,
We probably have you come up to the mic when you do answer those. I think I'm not positive that those
did
watching this
Do we need to
stream.
repeat it? Can we pretend we're in like an 80s rock band? and
You
have
just
both
both stand right together. You
in the
look
same
good.
microphone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Brandon's nice. I don't think he's gonna try to fight me or anything, but you'd be able to kind of get a twofer in the year when you draw a limited entry antlerless permit. Through the draw, you'd be able to purchase the archery one as well. The intent, and we still have, this is still yet to be seen. We'd recommend it this spring, but the intent would be if you purchase the bull, our general season archery bull permit, you'd be able to hunt on the extended, but you would not be able to hunt on the extended with the archery cow tag.
okay, your turn, Lindy. How many over-the-counter archery tag or turkey tags do we sell now compared to when we started that hunt, 12 years ago? So just like the first couple of years compared to what we sell now.
So started in 2010, we sold 10,248 permits over the counter. The second year it dropped down to 6,500 permits. So we had a great dip. People saw that this hunt is hard. It's not like the limited entry turkey hunt. It's a lot more challenging. And then in 2012, we dropped even more by another 1,000 permits. And now we've kind of baselined around 8,500. So over the last couple of years, again, COVID spiked us up a little bit, but then last year and this year, we're based around 8,500 to 9,000. But, turkey is a real hard thing. I also want to point out, it's really apples to oranges to compare elk to turkey, because turkey is very up and down. Even our application, when people apply for limited entry, it's very up and down. It's hard to predict. So I just want to put that out there, that it is apples to oranges when you compare these two things. But you can see, always say, when we put things over the counter that's unlimited, of course, we're going to see a spike because it's there, it's unlimited, I'm going to buy it. But then people realize that it's a hard hunt and it does tail off.
Okay. I think you could liken that almost to 6.5 PRC at Sportsman's Warehouse. You'd go there, it was there, and the guy would show up and buy all 20 boxes or however they let him do. And it kept happening for about a year. And guess what's now on? Now it's there, you know. Once the panic buyer word, we're not going to be able to get it. And it could apply. But anyway, any other questions from the, before I ask another question, we're going to recognize a member of our wildlife board that just came in. He was out there on his flip phone. The only person I know that still uses a flip phone. We have Brett Selman back there. Anyway, also here from the wildlife board. So he's been in and out here. We want to recognize and thank him for being here. All right. Do we have any other questions in from? Yes, please come up and state your name.
James Higley. I presented a question, but we can skip it if need be.
Okay.
This is my first meeting I've been to. If this is an ignorant question, it's just like because I don't know. And this is clearly a selfish perspective on my part. I'm an archery hunter, and the multi-season tag, since it's begun, 3 or 4 years ago, it has put a ton of pressure, stated by Dax tonight, of the elk and deer. They vacate because there's so much pressure in the hills. And I know it's probably opportunities you're trying to present to other hunters and whatnot, but I would like to know what the merits of that multi-season tag is. My daughter buys them, she loves them, but I as just an archery hunter, the quality of the hunt has gone down since that's been in from my perspective.
I think did you understand the question, Dax? I think that's a great question.
Yeah, that's a great question. So in 2015, when we redid the statewide elk plan, there was a desire to have something similar to the dedicated hunter program for deer. There was a big public desire. Folks wanted to be able to hunt during multiple seasons for elk. We didn't, the committee and the recommendation and what was adopted ultimately by the board was different than the dedicated hunter program for deer. It was the multi-season permit, where rather than, having to draw and complete service hours, it just was a larger fee to be able to hunt all those seasons. That permit has in some regards been a game changer. It has grown in popularity every year. It seems to be very popular among elk hunters. A lot of folks, especially I hear it probably the most from muzzleloader hunters, because in the past it was a very small number of folks that were still out hunting during the muzzleloader season, and the archers too, that they see more people afield. We haven't necessarily seen like an increase in success rates or harvest with the multi-season permit, but we are logging more hunter days. When we met as a committee, we had one representative on the committee, Bob Christensen, who works for the Forest Service on the south slope of the Uintas. And Bob's an avid muzzleloader hunter. And I'll put words in Bob's mouth, but he hated the multi-season permit, probably still does. He struggled with it. And we had a lot of pretty contentious conversations on this committee. What do we do with the multi-season permits? And it went everywhere from let's just leave them alone and not do anything with them to let's eliminate them completely. And honestly, as the chair of this committee, I was prepared for it to go either way. And I told the committee, whatever the committee decides, we'll roll with that and we'll make it work. And at the end of the day, even Bob Christensen came along and said, well, I do think this adds to crowding. It's not necessarily having a biological impact, but there's a lot of demand for it. It's very popular. People really like it. So rather than discontinuing it or allowing it to get bigger, let's just cap it at current numbers. So that's the recommendation we made. And that's kind of the story behind it. Brad, if I got anything wrong, correct me, but that's kind of the story behind where the recommendation came from. It is very popular. Folks really seem to like it, but there also are some crowding issues potentially, or perceived crowding issues associated with it.
Can I ask, would you say it's an effective management tool?
I really think the multi-season hunt is more designed as a recreational opportunity than a management tool.
But we're not necessarily giving more opportunity because the person already has the opportunity. So
they can only harvest one animal and they're harvesting a bull. So we're not really managing populations with that. It's really a recreational opportunity and just meeting that social demand for more, to be able to be more days in the field.
Yeah, we could make a lot of recommendations that a lot of people would be happy with, that would make them happy, but might not. I'm.
And the multi-season permit, I think for a lot of hunters, myself included, I purchased the multi-season permit this year. I hunted one day during the archery hunt. I think I hunted 3 days during the any legal weapon hunt, and I have not hunted at all during the muzzleloader hunt that's going on right now. So I paid the extra $100 for 1 day, one afternoon of archery hunting this year. And I think I'm not the only guy that's done that, but maybe a few folks have really taken advantage of it as well.
I apologize. This is the public's opportunity to ask questions. We have a, please come forward, state your name and.
My name's Zach Merkley. I just had some questions. Same thing with the multi-season tag. I actually bought it the very first year. I bought it the year after. I bought it the year after. It's only been the last couple that I even skipped the whole elk hunt.
Can we make sure we're talking to him? I know you're talking, it's awkward because he's right there. We should make him stand
There we
right
go.
here.
So I could look at his eyes. The thing that I have personally noticed over those years, we've hunted the south slope of the Uintas primarily, just down from Dutch John. Two things happened in that same period of time. One is that the Division of Wildlife Resources, along with the Forest Service, decided to close off a large area of that starting October 1st. The very first year they did that, it altered the elk, their habits completely. The second thing it did was forced a lot of people onto the same area. And the third thing was with the multi-season, even more people. So what we've noticed as a family is we've went from 5 of us having tags and 2 getting bulls to 6 or 7 of us having tags and nobody getting bulls. And the reason for that is I see a ton of people, the pressure is exponential. There's so many new people hunting archery. And even the first couple of years of the 3 season, it was the second weekend we went up, I found.
We'll just make sure we ask a question.
Sorry.
So we'll get to
So my direct question, I guess, is, Bowden Draw. I know where Bowden Draw is. That's where they close. But it to me, and I guess maybe it's more of a statement than a question, the multi-season to me is hurt other hunters' chances of hunting. What I mean by that is less elk, less elk, more pressure, deep dark corners, same thing.
If you have, I apologize, I do, but if it's a question right now, the questions, and we'll get to an opportunity to some comments. So you'll get a chance again if you have a comment card, but we just got to make sure we're only questions right now.
Perfect.
Okay. All right, we'll start here. Okay.
Evening. My name's Chris McDowell. With the unlimited tags in that second season, or the idea of having 2 seasons, my question is, well, first off, the idea of unlimited tags makes many of us stomachs just churn. But my question is was there a consideration for maybe doing 2 seasons, but only splitting it? Doing like 7,500 for the first season, 7,500 for second season. That would take those 15,000 tags or 17,500 or whatever the number is, and split it evenly between the 2 to reduce hunter pressure in the field instead of increasing it like that is proposed right now.
Yeah, and I can speak to that. And the intent of general season elk hunting is not, this might sound harsh, the intent of general season elk hunting is not necessarily to create like a really uncrowded quality, like that's what our limited entry elk hunts are for. On our limited entry elk hunts, we definitely are aiming, those hunts are geared way more towards an experience where you see more elk, more bulls, bigger bulls, fewer other hunters in the field. The general season hunts are more geared towards maximum opportunity, maximizing or optimizing the opportunity we can give while not having a negative biological impact on the resource. So, the intent wasn't there to create like higher like the same number of general season hunting opportunities, but make them higher quality. The intent, the direction the committee was moving, and the recommendation the division is making is to maintain something that's pretty similar to where we are right now on that first season. It's actually a little bit of a decrease going from 17,500 to 15,000. And with the addition of another 3 million acres of any bull units that folk could hunt, that the quality, quote unquote, with reference to crowding on that first hunt should be better than what is currently out there during the rifle, any bull, any legal weapon hunt. But that second hunt is kind of the other end of the spectrum where we're really looking for maximum opportunity. Don't anticipate super high success rates. We do anticipate it being crowded. So that the idea of splitting it up to try to create a higher quality general season hunting experience really wasn't the target goal of the committee. We wanted to at least maintain what we had, maintain the quality we have, but create new opportunity. And so that's what we tried to do by creating the 2 seasons, where the first season maintains, maybe even slightly improves the quality of that general season first hunt. And then the second one is kind of the maximize opportunity.
Okay. We had a question, then I'll go to you next over there.
My name is Matt Garlick. First of all, I want to say thank you for all the work you guys have done. It seems like you've been really thoughtful in these considerations. My question is on tag numbers in premium units. There was a case study in your presentation that showed a 400% increase on the Wasatch unit that resulted in age objective, class animals being harvested. I know a lot of these premium units have unhealthy bull to cow ratios in them already, but we're only talking about maybe a 40 to 50% increase. Why? On the Boulder specifically, there's 68 tags given for everything that cover 5,000 square miles. An additional 50% is only 30, 35 more tags. Why aren't we looking at more on those specific premium units?
That's a great question and a good one. So I'm going to deep dive a little bit into a couple of the other strategies that are in the recreation portion of the plan. Because it's a fair point. Even if we adjust the age objective from 7.5 to 8 to 6.5 to 7 on some of these units, we still will have very high bull to cow ratios, almost alarmingly so on some of these populations where we're going to have unhealthy outpopulations with where we have an overall population objective, a limit as to how many elk we can have on a unit. If we have a bull to cow ratio that's 1-to-1 on that unit, the reproductive capabilities, the production capabilities of that elk population becomes really low. Like nobody knows a rancher that runs 1-to-1 bull to cow ratios unless they're raising bulls for the PRCA or something. But the plan has a couple other strategies in the recreation portion of the plan. One of those is a late season archery hunt on all of our limited entry units. And we're recommending starting that with a small number of permits. It's a December hunt. It's an archery hunt. We're recommending 5 permit minimum up to 1% of the number of permits available on the unit. So it's not a lot of permits, but we also wrote in there that if we see that it's pretty low success rate, we could continue to add more. One of the other provisions in recreation strategies we recommend in the plan is specifically on units that have really high bull to cow ratios, that we would recommend additional hunts, probably in the form of a hams hunt or a restricted weapon hunt, where hunters are probably less likely to be super selective because the weapon makes it a little harder to harvest. So we think we can harvest more bulls and do so in a way where perhaps the hunters aren't quite as selective, and we can harvest a variety of age classes instead of maybe only targeting the oldest or biggest bulls. So we do have a couple other strategies built in the plan to try to address those concerns, and those are valid concerns. And again, part of the reason why we're recommending some of these changes, especially on those elk units managed for that highest age objective. This last year, for example, on the beaver unit, we had bull to cow ratios that were 1-to-1, and we increased bull permits quite a bit on the beaver. And it sounds like they've had a great year on the beaver. I heard from the biologist down there, they killed 4 different bulls that scored over 400. So, we do have surplus numbers of bulls on some of these units. And I think that's a priority for us, and that's covered in some of the strategies to give us some ways to address that. And we would recommend those hunts in subsequent years. The only one we're recommending this year right now, where it's just the first year and we're still recommending the plan, is that late archery hunt.
How you doing? My name's Ken Havro, and I got about 2 questions really. So with these hunts currently for archery, and even having the extended archery hunts, you've already said that most archery hunters are opportunistic when it comes to either bull or a cow. So we limit it to either a bull tag or antlerless tag, correct? With this process, would it make more sense to control animal population to have it be an either sex tag and permit it actually a little bit later in the season to more towards the rut, which gives archery hunters more of a capability of having success rather than pushing it off and then allowing the multi-season tag?
So the question is,
Eliminating the,
keep it either sex on general season units and have the hunt run later into the year
yes,
to
for
try to
archery.
harvest more cows.
Cows or bulls, either sex for
Bulls.
archery, because it is opportunistic. It's very hard for an archery hunter to actually pull in animals when they're getting pressed by either rifle, muzzleloader, or shotgun. So with that process as well.
Let's just make sure we're in the mic. I mean,
sorry,
everyone in the
sorry.
room can hear, but I worry about those that are
The
online.
one mic is a little awkward.
I could go back to my military times and start talking loud.
There we go.
Yeah. So with this process, when we look at it, archery hunters already given kind of a handicap, if you want. Actually, not a handicap. It's made it harder for an archery hunter to actually be successful. I have archery hunt in Colorado here. I've archery hunt in California. We're going to go up to Idaho. Each state does it differently, and I've seen good and bad. So what I'm wondering is, if we're trying to actually have population control and be effective and not push animals onto private land or onto tribal land and have people be successful, why are we limiting the possibility of each hunter?
So we aren't recommending that it's either or. We're recommending that they could have both. So if an archery hunter wanted to harvest a bull, they buy a bull tag. If they want to have the option to harvest a cow too, they could buy a cow tag. They could harvest both.
Okay.
So potentially we could harvest more elk, more total elk. Because if someone had an opportunity to harvest a cow or normally maybe would have passed to hold out for a bull, they can harvest the cow and continue to hunt for a bull. So it just depends how you look at it. Right now, archery hunters are the only hunters that have either sex permits available to them. They're also the only hunters that have unlimited quotas on their permit numbers. They're also the only hunters that have a 28-day season plus an extended season. So, and a couple of years ago, the board passed a recommendation that came from the public to extend the any bull archery season by 5 days. So there's a lot there available for archers. I understand archers probably still want more, but the rifle hunters want their piece, the muzzleloader hunters want their piece, and we've got a lot of different constituencies within elk hunters, and every group, wants something, and these groups all contribute different things to the process and help with management. But I think we're pretty comfortable with where stuff is right now, and we actually get some pushback pretty frequently that we give too much to archers. And those are some of the things that we talked about a lot on the committee. There was archers that felt like they definitely didn't get enough. And there was definitely folks that felt like the archers already get way too much. So again, it's kind of a balanced thing. I don't want to discount that archers, are helpful, and we want them to have flexibility. And it kind of depends. I've talked with archers who were like, you're taking something away from us. I really don't like this. I want to be able to do either or. But I've also talked to a handful of folks that are like, I love this because now I can do both. So it's just a personal preference, perhaps.
And next question that I have is based on the limited entry, the HAMS units, the CWMUs. So breaking them down piece by piece, right? So limited entry, when I first got here, being told it'd take me 6 years to pull a limited entry tag for archery or 12 years to pull a tag for a rifle, right? And Randy, you brought up buy-in points, right? So my question is so Colorado does it to where you can put in for your preference point, and then you can do either an antlerless elk, or you can do either sex for deer if you're doing archery. Rifle's a little bit different, but those points build up. But they also made every single unit within their state based on a draw system. They also have select areas that were set for public land to hunt. So if you didn't get your draw, but you got your preference points, you can still pull a public land tag. It won't be as easy to pull, but at least you're still in the running for the area you want to hunt. That may take 3 to 4 years to get to, but you get people who are waiting 12 years to get a rifle tag in some areas. What benefit is it if people are waiting 12 years to get into an area to hunt? And sometimes they're more geared towards out-of-state hunters that are willing to pay the money. Will that actually be addressed and favor state hunters rather than out-of-state hunters for elk?
I'm not 100% sure I totally understand the question. So Yeah, help me
So,
understand. So
yeah,
like, you're wondering why we don't have caps or quotas for non-residents or?
Not even caps or quotas for non-residents, but what we're looking at, so limited entry, right? I got told some of the best areas take me 6 years to get into, right? For limited entry. Other than that, go to your public and good luck, right? Where I've hunted, the most success I've seen, people get to have more success more often is when the units were divided up, they were all limited entry. So, right, so everyone had to put in for their tag for that unit. Let's say there's 15 units, right? Everyone had put in for the unit they wanted. And if they didn't get that, they got their point. But there was also sections of public land designated to go hunt if you did not get your preference hunt. So if you didn't draw your tag, you can still go hunt in the public lands for elk, deer, bear.
Is there, I feel like a lot of you have great questions, but kind of pertain to not, but there's so many of them. I would like maybe you to take the opportunity to sit down and talk with them, maybe not at this setting to be able to answer some of these questions. I think they're good, but we're just trying to move along. Is that fair?
Fine, you're perfectly fine.
And I guess I'll just take one little stab at it. So, every state's different, and every state has evolved to the point they're at over years and years, and public processes and boards and commissions and stuff. In Utah, you can put in for limited entry. You can put in for limited entry for bulls. You can put in for the draw for antlerless elk, and you can buy a general season tag every single year and hunt on public land. So essentially, we kind of have those same options, maybe not at the same scale or exactly how they do, but we do have that. And archery permits are unlimited. We have several units with big blocks of public land. You can hunt it every single year. Maybe we talk later. I don't know if
Because I'm really wondering is how we can eliminate so much pressure is if we limit the amount how many hunters can go into each unit every year. So instead of waiting 6 to 12 years, can you set it up to where people wait 3 to 4 years, and you actually get to go more often, just may not be every single year.
Let's carry that conversation if that's all right. So the more questions, I know we're opening time to ask questions. I just want to make sure that you ask a question and maybe we can sit down. We're just trying to move this along. We have a lot of items on the agenda and we're still on the first one. So let's make sure if these questions have to do with what the specific topic on hand that we be very direct on them, and then so we can continue to move along. So Kevin, if you ask a dumb question, you're in trouble.
I don't think it's dumb, but it could be. Just for Lindy. Lindy, in the last, say, 3 or 5 years, how many unique elk hunters are there in the state that have bought an elk tag? Sorry. Roughly.
And then define unique for people as well.
Well,
Not Kevin.
Kevin's a little.
He's very unique.
So here's your unique. Just kidding. So when we say unique, so each of you we consider as unique and a unique individual. So over the last 3 years, we've had 34,000 unique individuals obtain an any bull permit. So we've had multiple people get this, one each year, but unique individuals have had a tag the last 3 years. For spike, we've had about almost 30,000 unique. So more people, that shows us that more people buy the spike this over and over and over again. So
Yeah, I guess that isn't, how many any bull?
is the 34.
That's the 34.
Mm-hmm, it's the any bull. So does that kind of help?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there any more questions?
Hello, Nathaniel Merkley. This pertains. My name is Nathaniel Merkley. This is about the limited entry early rifle hunt in shortening the date. I know a lot of people have been applying for a lot of years for that early rifle tag. And for it to go from 9 days to 5 days, the pressure is already immense. They've been waiting 15 to 20 years. And to harvest the bull that they think is worth 15 to 20 years, to get cut almost in half that time, I know a lot of people feel robbed, all the people that have got to draw a tag prior to now getting 9 days to hunt. Now they'll have 5. Why is that reason?
I can give a little background on kind of where that came from. So Utah does more rifle rut hunting of bulls than any other state. Typically, in most states around us, maybe just a few individual units or areas are managed for September rifle rut hunting. Far and away, archery hunting during the month of September is the norm for elk. So Utah is kind of unique in that regard, and it's been that way for a long time. And for a lot of folks, as was mentioned in the question, that is a very desirable permit to be able to hunt with, the most effective weapon type during the most vulnerable time of the year. As the committee talked about this and the division talked about this, we felt like we've got to move away from giving our most effective weapon type the most vulnerable time of year to hunt elk if we're going to maintain quality and increase opportunity. There was a lot of talk, and I've heard a lot of feedback from folks and seen in a lot of comments. Why do you guys hunt bulls with a rifle in September? You shouldn't do that at all. It should only be archery in the month of September. At the same time, I've heard from folks who say, well, I've been putting for 20 plus years, and I really want that 9-day, experience to hunt big bulls with a rifle in September. In the committee, we went back and forth, had a lot of discussions, and ultimately we're recommending a compromise where that grail hunt for those that really want that, the most effective weapon type during the most vulnerable time of year for big bulls, that hunt is still there, but it would be a shorter hunt and a smaller percentage of the permits that would be allocated to it. I was looking at the numbers, and it's over 70% of our successful hunters in the early rifle hunt harvest within the first 5 days. So it's a pretty high percentage, but it probably will add some additional pressure, and some of those folks might not be able to be as selective, or they're going to have to scout harder. So again, it's one of those things where it does represent a group of hunters giving something up that was probably near and dear to them. But at the same time, we didn't recommend doing away with the hunt completely. We recommended keeping it, but just keeping it smaller numbers, shorter dates. So maybe we cut the baby in half and it doesn't help anybody. I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like it's a good recommendation, but it will make that hunt a little harder. And for folks who put in for decades to get it, yeah. So I can understand the concern.
Let's take that comment off the record. Anyway. All right. I would like to move on to the next part of this agenda item where we go to where we have the, Ben is going to go over the survey and what the feedback was. So he'll do that at this time.
Thank you, Chair. Luckily, with the exception of Dax, you guys are making my job pretty easy tonight. You couldn't cut a pizza in half, dude. So for this particular item, we had 56 total votes, 56 total unique individuals provide comment. I'm going to provide a weighted average at the end. So the question was asked, the responses were you could either strongly agree, somewhat agree, neither agree nor disagree, somewhat disagree, and strongly disagree. That's 5 choices. Each choice gets a point to come up with a weighted average. So we had 8 that strongly agreed, 15 somewhat agreed, 3 neither agreed nor disagree or neutral, 8 somewhat disagreed, and 22 strongly disagreed. And the weighted average is 2.63. So if you were thinking about a neutral response would be a 3. So the weighted average is just below neutral, slight tendency toward disagree. And then in the body of the comments, I tried to go through and capture the themes. There were a few comments that were kind of one-off that I didn't categorize as a theme, but I do try to do that. And then I track the discussion and see if each theme has been covered. And they all have. We had the unlimited permit discussion. There seems to be a both a like and a dislike for the multi-season permit. We hammered that. Lots of discussion about pressure and crowding. Some concerns about the any legal weapon hunt length of 1 week not being enough. We discussed the hunter's choice or either sex for the archery. And Dax started off with clarifying the spring cow hunt confusion. So I think that covers the themes that were in the public comment. And so I think the discussion tonight is tracking pretty well.
All right, thank you, Ben. So we're now going to go to the comment period for the public. And so, again, I just ask, so you'll have 3 minutes. I'm going to be very forward on making sure that you take just your 3 minutes. If they're, again, if the comments are going or the same things that you're going to say, or if it's been discussed, if we could not use the entire 3 minutes, that would be okay too. So we're first going to hear from Jason Sterling. He is up first with a comment, and then we have Brandon Zundell. You're on deck.
My name is Jason Sterland. I'm a resident of Layton. I'm primarily an archery hunter for elk. I hunt in New Mexico. I have family in Arizona. I was one of the beneficiaries of one of the newly created hunts, that being the September archery hunt, one of the 3 units that's being maintained as a hams and September archery. Me and my childhood friend were both successful on bulls of a lifetime on that hunt. So kudos for creating new hunts and continuing to create new hunts. I've done this amateur statistical analysis, and I'll preface this by, I understand every state is different. I understand every unit is different. And my comments are directed specifically at limited entry trophy units that I consider trophy units to be 360 plus. So we're talking the Boulder, the Beaver, the San Juan, the Monroe, and the like. Going to Dak's presentation, in 2014, there was just over 53,000 applications for 2,800 limited entry tags. That increased to 75,000 applicants for 3,100 tags. That's a 42% increase in demand, but only an 8% increase in available tags. Even by adding an additional 40% limited entry tags, you're only a net gain of 6% additional tags versus 2014. And so unless the goal is to revert back to how it was in 2014, that number of tags needs to increase significantly. And here's my evidence for such proposal. I looked at Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and took their units that are consistently produce 360-inch bulls. In Utah, there's 9 units for 17,000 square miles. Arizona, there's 9 units for 10,000 square miles. New Mexico is 7 units for 8,800 square miles. Nevada is 8 units for 17,000 square miles. Arizona, for those units,
you have 1 minute.
It gives out 3,200 tags. New Mexico, 3,100 tags. Nevada is pretty bad. They only give out 721 tags. Utah, with the most square mileage of 360 class type habitat, gives out 383 tags. Orders of magnitude less than neighboring states. Using Dak's own slide on the Wasatch, since 2005, increased tags nearly 400%, and you're just now meeting your harvest age objective. So using the department's own data, I think there's an argument to be made that limited entry tags should be increased by 400 to 500%. And I feel like understanding states are different, just neighboring states are doing it, and the department's own data supports that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
What was his name? What was your name? Jason.
So, and then on deck, we're going to have James Higley. You're on deck.
Jason did a remarkable job with that argument in 3 minutes. I'm Brandon Zundel. I represent myself. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I wanted to throw a big kudos to the division for putting this presentation out and giving us 2 full weeks to digest a whole bunch of information. And 3 minutes is not enough time to talk about everything I'd like to talk about. So I'm going to hit on my biggest pain point, and that was this archer's choice thing. I'm an archer. I like being able to shoot any legal elk that comes in front of me. And so I had a hard time when that was presented, and unfortunately, Dax decided to take vacation immediately after it was put on web. So I couldn't talk to him. I had to cool down for a week, which was good for him and me both, I think. But as I thought about it, and as I realized, as we talked and I understood what's going on here, we're not taking away my opportunity to shoot a cow elk. It's doing a couple of things. First of all, and by the way, I support this proposal 100%. So if you have to cut me off, now you know where I stand.
You got a minute 45.
It provides a couple of things. First of all, it might actually make some headway on our point creep on antlerless. I was a victim of point creep this year. I should have drawn a limited or a rifle cow elk tag this year, and I didn't because of point creep. So it might actually help some rifle hunters draw cow elk tags. And I'll be okay with hunting cow elk with my bow and sacrificing not hunting cow elk with my rifle after I draw with my 5 points. Okay, I'm not using 5 points for this. But it could do that, but it also gives some tools to the biologists. They might actually have to be more precise with their recommendations in the future on certain units. And this gives them a tool, and I'm all for giving biologists tools. I'm going to cut that short and just point out that I brought up the turkey thing because we had the same conversation 13 years ago about turkeys going unlimited, and it's going to be overrun. We're not going to have any turkeys. It's been unlimited ever since, and hunters learned to disperse themselves. I've been hunting the general season turkey tag since it came out, and it was madness the first couple of years. It's not madness anymore. It's still heavy. It's still very, very popular on the first couple of days, but the rest of the season's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't even have to use the trap door. All right.
I'm James Ziegler next.
Oh.
I didn't understand the format.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go to Terry Camp next, and then we have Chris McDowell on deck. Terry's not here?
I guess that's me.
All right, we'll give her in case she comes back in.
Just on the issue of the elk tags, it just
State your name
sorry,
again, please.
Chris McDowell. I live up in Avon with these guys. Just on the issue of the elk tags, my biggest concern, and I don't just represent me, there's a whole bunch of people that I work with, that I hunt with, that are concerned about the same thing. It just seems like we're going too far the other direction. I understand the need for more opportunity for people, but to go from 17,500 tags plus unlimited youth tags to unlimited just seems absurd to most of us. Why not kind of meet somewhere in the middle? Okay, raise it to 20,000 tags. See if that satisfies the masses, or how many people would actually buy the tags. And then my other comment really was about the points and the point creep, and we just kind of had an idea. If you want to buy a point, make it hurt, make it cost $250, $300, and then use that directly for conservation or land, or purchasing land like they did up off of Ant Flat Road, something like that. Make it worth it. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, that was Chris. So we have Sam Donaldson next, and then on deck will be Trevor Detweiler.
All right, so my name's Sam Donaldson. I'm a representative of backcountry hunters and anglers here in the northern region. Just wanted to pass along the board's support of this plan. Perry Hall, who's our state lead, he was on this board coming up with these ideas and plans, and we just wanted to pass along our support for that.
Thank you. All right, Trevor?
Got the name right. Nice job.
I can read a little bit.
Trevor Detweiler. I'm also from Avon with Casey and Darren up there. Appreciate all the work you guys have done. Dax, great job on the presentation. Just echoing the concern on the unlimited. Again, just feels a little bit like opening Pandora's box. Let's start, 20,000, something. I recognize the need for increased availability, but let's start with something that we can manage and go from there. see what the response is, see how the elk responds, see how the pressure is. And speaking as an avid elk hunter, I would be okay recognizing I'm not going to be able to get a tag every year, sacrificing to have a better experience for everyone. I think there's a lot of people in that boat that would say, let's have overall a better experience for all hunters, and recognize that unlimited is not ideal. Getting out, we'd rather see a few elk and less hunters. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. I called Terry Camp's name and didn't realize that she didn't want to address, but she represents the Utah Farm Bureau Federation, and her comment was that the Utah Farm Bureau supports the statewide elk management plan as written. We appreciate the tools which have been included in the plan to help provide landowners and agricultural producers to address issues with elk. We encourage continuing efforts to create solutions that recognize private landowner contributions to wildlife and habitat. Right. We'll have Kevin Norman, I believe, is the last comment card. If there's one that I may have missed, did we receive one up here that maybe we missed?
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. I'm going to reiterate how our process works. We bring all our committee chairs to a meeting. It's called our Fulfillment Committee, where we discuss these issues, and it's voted on by our members from every corner of the state. It's not my decision. It's not Troy's decision. It's by our committee put together by our sportsmen. We had a meeting on this. It was presented by Dax. We had Brock and Randy from BYU there. Many of the division employees were there, and it was awesome. We got educated on the why of all these changes, and I left that meeting thinking, man, we should have a meeting like this at the Delta Center, or whatever the hell it's called now, and educate everybody on the why of these changes. Ultimately, at the end of the day, SFW supports the division's recommendations on the committee, with one exception, and that's regarding the archery elk. Our committee wanted to see it stay as is, either choice on the archery elk instead of the 2-tag proposal. So other than that, we thank the committee for a job well done and support this plan. Thank you.
Okay, we had two late ones. We'll hear from Aaron Alveston first, and then Troy Justinson after that.
Aaron Alveston from Farmington. Tonight I'm representing myself. However, I served on the elk committee. Many long drives, many awesome discussions. I think Covey came out and said it best, and he said this was the most diverse elk committee he's ever sat on, with the interests of the individuals who were represented. I want everyone to know, and I want to turn around and face you, but I can't. We spent so many hours digging over data, looking at this from a 5,000 foot view, from a 30,000 foot view. We took every single opinion, from archers to muzzleloaders to limited entry to guides to special interest groups, and tried to take every single opportunity we could to figure out what's best for managing elk in the state of Utah for the next 10 years. This opportunity was fantastic. There were a lot of heated discussions. There were a lot of times driving home that I was super frustrated and would call somebody and just vent. But I want you to know that we took every aspect of what we could do to improve opportunity, yet still keeping quality. And I think we obtained it with this plan and what we proposed. And so I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be on this committee. Thank you guys for representing, hearing this. Thanks for the massive amount of work that was done by the division and all those individuals who spent volunteered hours to come down and not be keyboard warriors. We were the individuals sitting there trying to make out what's best. So thanks for everybody and their ideas tonight. and their comments, but I just want you guys to know that I support this and we put a lot of hours and it's highly vested. We looked at everything. Thanks.
Troy Justinson, representing myself and the person that sat on the Elk Committee. I just need to correct Aaron on one thing. I think Kobe said it was the most divisive, not diverse. No, I got to take my hat off to you, Aaron. He freaking nailed it on the head. We put a lot of time and effort into this. And my whole goal in going in and sitting in on this Elk Committee this year was two goals. Maximize opportunity while maintaining quality. And I think we came pretty damn close. Is it perfect? No. But I think it's a lot better than what we had. And I'm excited to give it some time to see and provide the opportunity for more people to get out and experience the outdoors and be able to hunt elk and still maintain that quality. So I would encourage this RAC to support the committee's recommendation and the division's recommendation on this. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I have one of those multi-season tags. Man, they're awesome. Haven't got out yet. I got one day tomorrow to go. So.
All right, was there a comment card that we may have got missed? I think maybe the subject wasn't put on, so I don't know your name, but if you'll come forward and state your name.
Arnie Osati, and I'm a Weber County resident, and I'm in front of you to see if you would consider a senior citizen rifle hunt. It would be just like a youth hunt, except grandma and grandpa can take the ethical shot. The youth would be with us. Education would still be going on. We're not asking for anything free at all. Maybe a week a year where there's not 40 vehicles at the trailhead. And as far as a little research I've done, I don't think any state in our country has this. Thank you.
Thank you. We did have your card. We apologize. So you must be old enough to, no, just. I'm just
Almost everything I've worked in life.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No, I really do appreciate all of the comments. I appreciate that everyone hit the 3 minutes or less, and I think it was I appreciate everyone coming here and the comments that were said. I think they were very, very helpful. And I know they helped me, and they will help as we begin to discuss this agenda item. And Matt, so at this time, I'm going to open up discussion to our RAC concerning this agenda item. All right, got everyone hands. We already had questions.
A process question.
Okay.
So how are you anticipating breaking this up?
Okay, that's a good question. All right, you jumped again. I was going to have the discussion, and then I think it would be beneficial to address the limited entry hunts versus the general season, and I think that'll help us. I still think we just want to I don't know if we should just discuss everything at this time, or do we want to let's just discuss right now the general season hunts, and then we'll entertain a motion with the general season information. And if there's something that covers both, let's discuss it. If you feel like there's a topic that a comment you want to make that could be used on both, we'll do that. That was on the technology, but they did address, SFW did address, but I think everything that Kevin said basically in his comments were what was on the letter. We do have, as RAC members, there are organizations that do send us letters that we'll receive. We appreciate it when they come with a few days before so we can have a time to, and if any of the RAC members want to, when we get to those items, if they want to discuss some of the things that are in the letter, I'd invite you to do so. All right, so let's begin the discussion then on the general season portion of the elk management plan at this time. All right, I'll let Casey. We're going to kind of go this way.
Okay, we're just talking about.
Yeah, we're just, yes.
So I appreciate all the comments tonight. I appreciate the time.
Casey, you need to speak into the microphone, sorry.
Well, before I was getting recorded for things I wasn't supposed to say. So I appreciate all the time that went into this. I appreciate the comments. I recognize the difficulty of this. I have talked to many division employees and probably thought about this one more than more than a lot. And that's including trail cameras, which has been super exciting. I really think that it is a good plan with some modifications. And I really think relative to the general season, I'd like to see a cap on the second season. I think we've heard those comments in the public today. I'd like to kind of maybe explore that more. I think you can get to increased opportunity without letting the cow out of the barn. And so as we're having these discussions tonight, that's probably the direction I'm going to move. Everything else I'm consistent with the division, but I think we've just moved a little too fast on that one. So.
Okay. Kevin?
Kind of along those same lines, I've had discussions with friends of mine, and I represent the public. They're excited about the opportunity to be able to go on an elk hunt that's an unlimited type of a thing, because they want to load the horses up and go up in the Uintas or one of these other units and have a family camp out and ride the horses. And if they run into an elk, they can harvest an elk. So that's my point, is I see merit in both, but the people I've talked to are very supportive of the unlimited on the second season.
Okay, did you have a comment? And then I have a comment that goes with that real quick. The thing that Kevin, that I found interesting is when Lindy was talking to us, though, she did mention, and when we talked about those unique hunters, that there were 34,000 unique hunters. And right now with 15,000 15,000, if this plan goes through as presented right now, we'd already have 15,000 early hunters. We'd have 15,000 spike hunters, which the majority of those went to. Then as we went to the unlimited, even if we did a cap, it feels like we're not. I guess there was 34,000 able, sorry. Okay. Either way. All right. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Paul.
Overall, the Forest Service certainly agrees with most of what's been presented tonight. We appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it. We just have a couple of concerns, and mostly they're based on some unknowns. If you want to see a district ranger's mind be blown on to say, we don't know how many tags are going to be out, it could be unlimited. And so based on that, the two concerns we have is increases impacts the resources on the forest, primarily on roads, trailheads, dispersed camping, and illegal OHV use that we've been seeing expansions of over the years. The second part was kind of with the two habitat recommendations that we might not be able to meet. Specifically, there's a recommendation of 2 miles of road per square mile. And we certainly want to be within that, but we can't guarantee that we're going to be there all the time. The second one is a mitigation of 4 to 1. So if you disturb a square or an acre of prime habitat, you want to replace it with 4. And we generally want to make that also, but we can't guarantee that we're going to do that all the time.
So if I understand your comment, you're saying worried about that, you're afraid the unlimited may put such a stress on the resource that it wouldn't allow you to meet those goals, is that?
No, those are outside that. The unlimited is just, we want to provide a good camping experience for hunters when they're out there. And what we're seeing is expansion at our trailheads was brought up in the comments, mentioned finding dispersed sites. We're seeing very large kind of camper world experience type things, large trailers. They come in a week before the hunt and then spend 2 weeks there. And with the unknown or unlimited number of people, we just don't know how that's going to have impacts down the road.
All right. Yeah.
Were you done, Paul? Yes. Okay. It's just going to hit, we're just going with the general.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. So in the general, I really like it. I like what you guys have put together. Something I wish I had a better memory, but I believe it was 3 years ago that the division first came to us with a suggestion of unlimited tags. And I think almost every RAC approved it. It didn't get past the board. The board's the one that put the cap on it. I bring that up because it's had a lot of support. I'm surprised the angst that I'm hearing about it now. If you get past the emotion of the word, there's not an example you can provide where there's a large supply that demand doesn't go down. I mean, there's not one. Demand will go down exactly like the turkeys. Okay. I know you bought the multi-season tag. He hasn't hunted one day yet. I can tell you multiple people that do that. It happens all the time. I know people that buy elk tags every single year, even though it sells out in 5 hours, and they don't go hunting elk. They get it because they want to have it just in case. The point of the unlimited, in my opinion, is to get that. We don't have a family hunt in Utah anymore. This is now the opportunity to have a family hunt, to get those horses up on the mountainside, to get everybody out there, because all the deers, everything's drawn now. And this is our only opportunity. So I'm a big fan of it, and I will support it.
My comments, man, there's two really good arguments right here. You know, I'm listening to what Casey, you know, we're talking about, and I could get behind having a cap on it. But then I also think about that unlimited, the options there that you can go ahead and purchase the permit. You know you're going to be able to hunt. You'll buy the permit the weekend before or the week of, because now you know you can get up there. Where versus if it's capped, I'm going to buy it no matter what, even if I can't use it. And so I'm sixes on either way, trying to decide what effect it's going to have. I did like the comment where we talked about if we did see that there's unintended consequences, or we see that there's such a stress on the land or these camping spots, then maybe it could be addressed before it could be addressed before the 5 mid-year plan or even the 10-year plan. So I hope I'm not voting on this one, because I'm going to be upset with you guys if I am. But anyway, that's my comment.
Okay. You gave me the mic. It's your fault. I'll preface this by saying 2 things. Yes, I was on the elk committee. And my comments right here are directed from my opinion, not representing the elk committee. So I support the plan as written and as presented for multiple reasons. But I will say it's not because I voted for everything in the plan. There's still things in there that I didn't want to see. But I will support it as presented today. One of the big things that we've talked about over and over with the general season, I've had this discussion with a lot of people, with the unlimited tags versus wanting to have a general season hunt where there's not so much pressure. Having a hunt with very little pressure is really nice to do, but you can't do it if you don't have a tag. So what are you going to enjoy sitting on the couch? So yes, there is a compromise somewhere in here. Without fully understanding what the true demand for these tags are, if per se it was unlimited, that's kind of where we ended up where we did. We had a long discussion about having a quota on the second season as well. We went back and forth in the committee for, I don't know, most of a meeting on having that discussion. Ultimately, this is where we ended up. So I will say, in my opinion, the sentiment of the committee was we were okay with an unlimited on the second season, only under the agreement we were going to have more units added. And that was just my opinion of the sentiment from the committee. So those two sort of went together in that, but the general season elk hunt at this point is our last over-the-counter big game hunt. It gives us the opportunity to get out. Talked about a lot of, Dax has mentioned it, Kobe mentioned it when we started. There's not a biological concern here. Part of the reason, Dax mentioned a few of the reasons why some of the units were shifted out. A lot of these units have enough refuge that builds in the comfort level that we're not going to have the biological impact between private lands, reservation lands, state line, whatever it is. So seen a few comments roll in from the public that just say, we just need to grow more elk. That's the problem. This is going to be my opinion, and Dax can argue. We don't have a problem growing elk in Utah. Elk are not that hard to grow. The problem is growing elk in the right place at the right time. So expanding a herd, an elk herd that is going to move down and depredate on ag land that we now have to come in and deal with depredation issues does the public no good, does the sportsman's no good, and doesn't boost our elk herd at all because they're getting wiped out. And so we want to expand the herd, but it needs to be strategic. It needs to be in the right place, and we have to do it at the right time. So we talked about having so this is an interesting discussion. We brought this up multiple times. The very first proposal in 2020 was unlimited tags. There was a lot of public pushback on unlimited tags. The next year, it was proposed to go to a draw, and the feedback from the public was, we would rather see unlimited tags than go to a draw. And so it almost feels like it depends on what year, what you want to propose. And so we talked about a lot of this stuff. And the merits of unlimited versus having a cap on there can be argued back and forth to really understand. One point of clarification, Lindy, that 34,000 on any bull, does that include archery? Just rifle. Okay. So I like I know that the feeling of unlimited is unnerving to people. It was unnerving, admittedly, to me as well. I was one of the people that was opposed to it until we found a way to expand more units into general season to help disperse some of this. And so I like it. I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of people sitting home, of hunters sitting at home on the couch when they don't have to. And so I want to, when we can utilize that opportunity without having detrimental biological impacts, that's what I like to see.
Mike.
This is just a comment. It's just something I've been thinking about since Dax spoke, and I'm not taking a shot at Dax in any way, shape, or form, but you made the comment that there was some worry about the impact to the elk herds based on the amount of people in the field, and you said, well, you don't need very many bulls to maintain a herd, which is absolutely true, but that's what we're selling the public. We're selling bulls to the public, and they're buying bull tags. So I just kind of wanted to make that comment out loud that it may not impact the herd, but it may impact, most of the comments that I read through all the emails that we received were people talking about not seeing elk, not seeing bulls, not seeing, if you throw all these people, is it just an opportunity to go camping or I mean, that's kind of what it sounded like. We're all talking about how hard the second hunt is. And it sounds like we're just going to put people in the field. You don't really need a tag for that. If we're not going to see bulls, we've talked about them being dispersed onto public or on private lands. And so anyway, those are just some thoughts I kind of wanted to share out loud, and I feel better.
All right. So as we've discussed, the general season thing, I think the things that we could talk about real quick as we get ready to entertain some motions on this. So topics from the public and from all our comments would be really, I want everyone to think about how to do with the archery, general season archery, if we leave it as a bull tag and they can buy a separate, or if we want to think about keeping it as an archery, in either sex. Sorry, we either keep it as an either sex tag, or that we go with the division's proposal and allow that they can purchase a separate cow permit. And then I think the other big, a lot of the comments and feedback we got would be about the number of hunts on that second season. So as we begin, if we start thinking about a motion, I want you to think of those things. And if there's no more comments, I'd entertain a motion from anyone. Yours are always so hard to write.
No, I'll use little.
We're not as smart as the state legislature thinks they are. But anyway.
I want to go home tonight. Quit talking to me. So I'd move that on the two season, see, you got me all flustered now. I'm not that smart. So on the 2 season proposal by the division, I would propose a cap commensurate with the first season on the second season. So you'd be looking at first season would be 15,000, second season would be 15,000. And I'd like to speak to my motion if I could. So I actually share the sentiment. This is super hard for me because I look at the last couple of years. I blame the multi-season tag. That's a conversation for another day. But since the multi-season tag came out, if you didn't buy your tag by noon, the day it came out, you weren't getting a tag. So if you had to work, you weren't going hunting that year. That's frustrating for me. I think the hardest thing as a public land hunter is not being able to go and not being able to take my friends and family on those same things. So I understand the sentiment of that second unlimited season and support the fundamental premise. The problem I have, and this is borne out by the division's comments, and this is why I brought it up in my questions, 2/3 of the impact of the hunters on the state are going to hunt on one area of the state. They're going to be in the UNAs. So 2/3 of an unlimited quota is going to add to crowding where 2/3 of the state already hunt. Now, if we had these larger units like I was talking about, you may spread that out. But the units that we're talking about, while I am very appreciative of more opportunities for general hunters, it does not seem to me that those units are going to be absorbed the amount of people that we could potentially be adding to a landscape. 15,000, two separate hunts of 15,000 brings 30,000 hunters into the pool. We're at 17.5 right now, so we're almost doubling the number of tags, which is significant. But I think to go from 0 to whatever is a big step. And I also think the second thing that was brought up during this discussion is unlimited means unlimited residents. It also means unlimited non-residents, including those from the state of California. So, I mean, you look at what is happening in other states where they are reacting to our residents hunting in their states. We are opening the floodgates to non-resident hunting in this state with no way to check that under the current plan. So that's the reason for my motion. Thank you.
All right, so does everyone understand this motion to put a cap on the second season? Do we have a second on that motion?
I was going to say I'll second it because it's the only time in the history that politically I agree with Casey. And I want to go on record for doing that.
Democrats are always confused.
All right, we're gonna. Oh, there we go. All right, so we have a motion by Casey to set a cap on the second season of the general season elk to 15,000, and we have a second from Darren Perry. Any other discussion real quick on the motion before we call for a vote?
Just to clarify, that's just going to be 15,000, no multi-season included in that, like the
No,
first, right?
that is just for that 2 weeks. So everything else I'm not touching with my motion. Yeah.
This is one single motion. We won't put everything else in there.
Yeah. Just on that 2 season.
All right, if everyone's clear, I'd like to call for a vote, and we're going to start here on to my right, and we'll start with Ryan.
Against.
No.
No.
Yes.
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 We've got, did we get all those written down? And then we've got, hold on one second. Emily? Was that a yes or no on the vote? You're on mute again, but that's a yes. I'm a guess. If that's a yes, put your thumb up. Okay. And Jamie? Did we lose Jamie? Okay. We want to clarify because as we were going through the votes one more time, so we have a no from Ryan, a no from Brad. We don't have anything from Jamie. Paul was a no from Randy. I was just, Paul was a yes. I got all. Emily was a yes. 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 And Nikki was a yes. So. Motion.
2, 3, 4, 5,
Apologize. The motion passes 6-4. Thank you. All right. Is there anything else that anyone, is there any other thing someone would like to break apart as a motion or? Yes, we do. Sorry.
No,
I apologize. This has been 2.5 hours on one subject. I'm a little, okay, Ryan.
I voted no because I don't think 30,000 people is that much. I really am a fan of the unlimited tags there for the reasons that were stated during our general discussion.
Okay. Brad.
Mine was just more so, we had this discussion in Elk Committee over and over. I'm okay with the unlimited. I don't feel that it's going to have the excess pressure after the first year or two.
Randy.
Yeah, as I said, in my comments, it's emotion driving the unlimited word. There's no fact to back that up.
Okay.
Mine would be, the committee did its work. They came back with a recommendation, and I think the unlimited is a good way to go.
Yeah. All right. I think that was all of our no's. So thank you. Now, as we go to the remainder, if there's something else that we'd like to, if there's a motion that anyone would like to do apart from what's already been presented, now would be the time. If not, we could just accept the remainder as presented. If someone wants to talk about the archery, then this would be the time.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to throw in, so just a quick comment on the archery thing. I must be narrow-minded today. I'm not getting the opposition to the being able to get 2 tags. If I can get 2 tags and stick to a bull and a cow, I'm doing it all day long. It's not taking the opportunity away from anybody.
All right. If there's no other thoughts against that or any problems, I guess the opposition would be those who don't want to see them lose their points, or those who feel like with one, now they have to spend an additional, I'm not quite sure, is it an additional $50 for a cow permit? So that would probably be the 2 arguments if there are any, and what was in the feedback. So do we have any motions or case?
I have a motion. So I make a motion that we adopt the remainder of the division's recommendations
As presented. So we have a motion by Casey Snyder to accept the remainder of the, I'm just going, the remainder of the elk plan as presented in a second by Nikki, correct? Yes, this would be, let's stop for a minute, Casey. I think we're gonna have to redo that because we would need to say on the general season.
The remainder of the general season recommendations as presented by the division.
Nikki, do we still have a second with that change? So this would be just on the general season, the remainder of the general season portion of the elk management plan. Any discussion before I call for a vote? Begin with Ryan.
Yes.
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 We'll let you write down. We'll get you at the end.
Oh, yes.
Mike is a yes.
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 Okay. Emily?
She wrote, my vote is yes. I have to step away to feed my baby.
All right. And we have not seen Jamie back on here, correct? Okay. Well, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. We are going to tackle now the limited entry portion of the elk management plan. And when we're done with that, we will take a short break. Let's begin with the discussion now on the limited entry portion of this. Do we have any comments or something people would like? I'll start. with one that I understand some of the comments talking about shortening the season of the limited entry, but I wish I could see the exact numbers, but when I did see this, they showed that the majority of the success did happen within the first 5 days. Obviously, there are some that go to the very end, but I think when they did the harvest, I hope I'm not making this up. Someone shared this with me, and I can't say that they did show that majority of limited entry success happened within the first 5 days. 70% happened in the first 5 days by DAX. Thank you. I didn't just make that up. I knew that. Okay. And also, it's hard if you've got a lot of points. I know you're 27 points, and now you're going to get your time cut. But I don't want to use the words selfish, but we've got to think about the future. We've got to think about what's happening. This management plan is really helping address point creep, helping address those future hunters. And so I feel like that shortened hunt is a sacrifice that is worth being done. And then also to have that second season to really help get more people through there. We've listened to the objectives with the lowering the objective. I love everything about what's happening with this, and I think this is a great idea. If I could make a motion, I would accept it just the way it is.
So one interesting point, you brought up points. We sent out the survey with the committee. We pulled some demographics off the respondents based on the answers they answered based off their bonus points. And yes, they shift depending on what your preference would be in an elk management plan is different if you got 25 points versus 10. So to that point, I don't know that I'm going out on a limb, but I'll say this. I think we were able to evaluate more research and more data in this plan than probably any plan prior to this. One from having the age class research that was finished in 2013 in the Freeman papers that helped us understand when bull elk reach their maximum age growth, and how that fits into our management structure. We're the only state in probably the entire U.S. that manages bull elk on an age class. We're the only one. And so, but we had that data, we had the collar data to really understand this stuff. So very few guesses by the committee in what we were trying to come up with. And so that helped us kind of get to this point with the limited entry of what is quality, at what age is quality, and how do we manage to that? And that's kind of how we ended up here. I really like the way that this came out. I do think with some of these tools that we put in place, late season ham hunts, late season archery hunts, it is thinking outside the box. It's giving tools to a biologist to implement on high bull to cow ratios without having a huge impact on, the best bulls on the unit. We're not piling in a bunch of tags in the September rifle hunt, that kind of thing. So I think it's going to be a really good change for the limited entry without having the huge detrimental effect. You talk about a shortened 5-day season in September, and that was the compromise because there was a whole bunch of people that wanted it gone completely and then some that wanted to keep it. But part of that shortening it on purpose is still under making it more difficult and being able to protect some quality with a rifle in the middle of the rut.
Yeah.
Just a point of clarification on, I see the merit of limiting those September limited entry hunts. But as an example, the San Juan Elk Ridge unit, there's 2 hunts. There's an early and a late. The late hunt does not happen during the rut. Are we shortening those seasons as well, or just the September rut hunt times?
I can speak to that just a little bit. So we're not recommending changing the dates on the other seasons. In limited entry elk, the only date changes we're recommending would be starting and ending the archery hunt 4 days later. So those 4 days that we would take away from the early rifle hunt would be added into the archery hunt. They wouldn't get more net total days, but they'd get 4 more days during the rut for the archery hunters. We are, however, recommending to add the mid-season hunt on almost all of the limited entry elk units. We have that on some of the limited entry elk units right now. We're recommending to add that to almost all of them, with just a couple exceptions on units where we have like interstate agreements, like the Pilot Mountains, or some of these where we have like a really compelling, almost hands tied reason to not have it. So like on the San Juan Elk Ridge, we would be recommending having a mid-season hunt, which occurs the same time as the spike hunt. So, and spreading the permits, putting the bulk of the permits during that hunt, which is a little bit longer hunt. If you're a rifle hunter and you really want to have a lot of days, that might be the hunt that becomes the one you're after now. You'll have more other hunters afield at the same time, but we have still seen very high success rates during, these October and November rifle hunts. We're not recommending changing the dates on those hunts.
Or do we have any other comments from the RAC? I'd again entertain a motion on this.
Yes, this is the remainder of the plan.
This would
or
be the
just
remainder. This would be the
limited
remainder of the elk plan to make sure and everything, not just the limited entry, the remainder of the elk management plan.
entry? Make the motion that we accept the remainder of the plan as presented.
I'll second.
So we have a motion to accept the remainder as presented by Brad and a second by Mike Lauder. Any discussion before I call for a vote? I'll start with Ryan.
Yes.
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 Well, he's writing down. I'm making it easy. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Kevin's a yes. Mike's a yes.
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 We still feeding a baby? Emily? Okay. Either way it would pass, so we're going to say motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, but it's over, right?
No,
It's
no.
done,
Well-
but you can bring something up.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to
Okay.
change any of that, but it's related to this. I've brought it up before. Nothing's happened. And I've seen that when a proposal's made, the board addresses it sometimes. I'd like everyone to consider, and I'll make a motion, everyone to consider that we eliminate the ability to buy preference points. I love the idea of 250 or something outrageous, but no way. Because then already the division's accused of being money grubbers, which is silly. But this is crazy. We do all these silly things, jumping through hoops to eliminate point creep, but we still sell the damn points.
Okay, we've got 2 wildlife board members that are here in the crowd. Hopefully they're listening. I saw Randy Dirth earlier on here, so hopefully just with this being on record, and I invite you to make a few emails to wildlife board members also, but I like that you just put it out to the public right now about doing that.
I'm not certain what you mean.
Well, you just mentioned what you're talking about, the discussion about possibly either eliminating the opportunity to purchase a bonus point or upping the price.
Oh, no, I won't.
Okay.
I wouldn't suggest upping the price, just.
Okay, I agree with that. Okay. Hey, if you go back and look at the record, I've said that and almost got run out of town. But anyway,
But
okay.
I wanted to keep it short and sweet. The meeting's going long, but something has to be done. And maybe this will kickstart a conversation where something's actually done.
Okay.
I would like to make the motion of, I would want to eliminate the ability to buy preference points.
So we have a motion on the table to eliminate the possibility of buying bonus points.
I'll second
We
that.
have a second by Ryan Brown. The wildlife board does it all the time, so we're going to. We're not as important as them, but it's been made, it's there.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I think it's not something that was proposed. It's not something that's got vetted in the public. I think, I'm not a lawyer, but for the Open Meetings Act, I think it probably would be best if we didn't make a motion on something that's not related. specifically proposed.
I know we probably have before.
But we probably shouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we noticed there's no, just, the discussion started and there is people behind it and we'll. There you go. It's all on you, Dak. It's Lindy, actually. Okay, we're going to go to a break, please. I do think that, but we're going to take how long of a break are we getting? 5-minute break. I don't know.
I didn't know you were sitting up here.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get going. We went a little over on our break, but I think it was very much needed. So thank you. We're going to go ahead. I think Randy will be coming back up on here he comes. We're going to go ahead and get back to our 6th item on the agenda, the 2023-24 once in a lifetime hunt dates. We have Rusty Robinson, our once in a life. How do you say it? What is it? You changed the letters on it. Anyway, once in a lifetime species. Species coordinator. Anyway, yeah, I'm just looking at OIAL. Explain, what is that? Once in a lifetime. Sorry.
Too many
Hooked on phonics works for me. I went to really high. I'm sorry. It used to just say oil. Now they added an A. So anyway. All right. We're going to go ahead and give Rusty's up here. Hopefully everyone had an opportunity to watch the presentation. Again, it's this time, if we have any questions from members of the RAC on this agenda item, is there anything that you'd like to address that maybe wasn't specified or that needs to be clarified?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks to everybody who watched the video. I think mine was only 5 minutes. But if you watched it consecutively with Dax's presentations, I still apologize. So Dax still has another item to go through, so hopefully I can give him a little break here for a few minutes. But not a lot of big changes in the once in a lifetime program as far as hunt structure and season dates that we're recommending. An additional bison hunt on the Book Cliffs Little Creek South unit, just to kind of spread out hunter pressure, and then some kind of shuffling around of the mountain goat archery hunts. Other than that, I do need to make, Mike, if you could bring up that one slide, I do have to correct some errors on some of the bighorn sheep hunt dates. So these will be corrections to what was previously recommended on the video. As we got looking at these dates, just historically, we've always gone till, I don't know about always, but in recent history, we've gone to November 10th on the bulk of the desert bighorn sheep hunts, and on the bulk of the Rocky Mountain bighorn hunts, we've typically gone from November 1st to November 30th. And so we started looking at those calendar slides, and it was creeping up and up and up and up. And looking back at recent recommendations, that's kind of been like a set date hunt with set end dates, and those are kind of sacred hunts that are patterned around the bighorn sheep rut. And so we didn't want to mess with those too much. So we are correcting the hunts that were recommended originally to start September 16th and go to November 9th to end on the 10th instead. And the dates that were previously recommended to go from October 20th to November 28th, we'd like to correct those to November 1st, from November 1st to November 30th. And then that last line there, September 18th to November 29th, just for consistency, we'd like that to end on the 30th as well. So just to be clear, if you accept the recommendations at some point, maybe just clarify that also includes the corrections made today, if you would. That'd be great. Other than that, I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions from members of the RAC concerning this? Wow. All right. This time, do we have any questions from the public?
Sorry, Dax, I tried.
He just does a lot. Oh, you spoke too soon.
My name is Jason Sterland. With the large die-off that occurred on the Stansbury, Antelope Island, not as large of a herd, and then with the introduction of the new desert nursery herd, has there been any consideration given to having smaller populations and smaller transfers and smaller transplants to try to avoid a large herd die-off that happened on Stansbury?
That's a great question. And first, I failed to mention that we are recommending a new desert bighorn hunt on the Mineral Mountains that he's referring to, not in this coming year, 2023, but in 2024. So sorry, that was one of the other big changes we're recommending. But to answer your question, are we giving consideration to smaller transplants and smaller scale management like that? I don't know if we're giving consideration to that so much as we're always trying to give consideration to keeping RAM to U ratios at a healthy level. A lot of times we get too many RAMs on a unit. Those 4 and 5-year-old RAMs start looking around and they realize that their opportunities to breed if they stick around are pretty slim if there's a lot more RAMs and bigger RAMs. So they start wandering elsewhere. They can get in trouble. They can get exposed to disease and bring it back to the herd. And so that's probably a bigger consideration, is just keeping those populations at a healthier RAM to U ratio, meaning a lower RAM to U ratio. Did that answer your question at all?
Any other questions before we go into the public survey? All right, Ben, we'll go to you at this time. Maybe.
I just had it pulled up and it closed up on me, sorry.
Are you having a hard time reading the agenda too?
Oil.
I'm about to make a donation to whoever's running against Casey.
Okay, we had 14 total votes on this item. 6 strongly agree, 3 somewhat agreed, 5 were neither agreed nor disagree, and 0 for disagree or strongly disagree, for a weighted average of 4.07. So, pretty strong tendency toward support and agreement.
All right. Do we have is there any comment cards on this agenda item? All right, we have just the one, Troy Justinson.
Troy Justinson, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. We support the division's recommendation on these season dates and also the minerals. I want to take just a little bit of time to talk about the minerals. And not only is it significant in the fact that this is a new desert herd in a sense, and we actually get to hunt that in 2024, correct? And we appreciate the division backing off a year just to give another age class of rams and give the hunter a better opportunity to take a older age class ram. But really, this herd signifies not only a new opportunity to hunt sheep in the state, it signifies the ag world and the sportsmen coming together. This is where it all started, where, you know, the wool growers, sportsmen, the Farm Bureau, we all got together and we united and joined forces and realized that, hey, we're stronger together than we are apart. So a lot of significance to this herd, and thank you to you guys. So thanks for the time.
All right. I don't have any other comment cards, so we'll go to some comments or discussion from the RAC. And if we see none, I'd entertain a motion.
Make the motion that we approve the presentation as presented.
Motion by Randy to accept it as presented.
The changes in the
If they said if we,
that was a given.
that was a given. They said if we accepted it, those would already happen. Did you not say that? If we accept it, sorry.
Maybe just me saying it on record. Yes, I think if you accept the balance, it would incorporate the corrections that I've made if you choose to do so.
All right, so we have a motion by Randy to accept the plan as presented with the updated season dates. Do we have a second? And a second from Brad. Any discussion before I call for a vote? We'll start with Ryan.
Yes.
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 All right, I don't believe oh, there she is. Emily. All right. Yes, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. We will now go to agenda item number 7. It is the 2023-24 big game hunting season and key dates. It'll be time for Dax to come forward as our big game coordinator. Dax, is there anything that you'd like to clarify on this or discuss before? at this time before we open up to questions?
We don't have any changes or corrections from what was in the, what we presented, what were in the presentations.
Okay.
And it wasn't 53 minutes, so hopefully this one, it was easier to get through.
I think everyone fell asleep and didn't even get to this part. Do we have? Yes.
Dax, I don't know if you want to speak to this or the region. Will you discuss the split of 456?
Yeah, so one of the recommendations we're making, and Jim, maybe you want to come back me up in case I miss anything. We'll have Jim Christensen, the regional wildlife manager, back me up in case I miss anything, but I'll take the first stab at it. We are recommending splitting the general season deer hunt that included units 4, 5, and 6. So the Morgan South Ridge, the Chalk Creek East Canyon, is that it? And splitting those into 3 separate units. All across the rest of the state, we hunt our deer populations at the same scale that we manage the populations in. That was one exception where we kind of had a cluster of units. We recognize there's a lot of private land in those units. It's an issue. But our recommendation is to split those and hunt those units at the population level like we do with our other deer populations in the state. Also with the detection of chronic wasting disease in the East Canyon unit, that perhaps gives us a little more flexibility and some additional tools we could perhaps use through management strategies to address trying to manage that disease. Did I miss anything, Jim?
Yeah, Dax got it. I guess first off, Jim Christensen, Regional Wildlife Manager. Dax nailed it right on the head with chronic wasting disease in East Canyon now. We needed a way to be able to put a little more pressure on the deer in that unit without putting more pressure on like Unit 4 and Unit 6. This way we can increase those permits, and the number of hunters on Morgan South Ridge and Chalk Creek should stay the same as it is now.
With the chronic wasting disease, with that being detected, tell us a little bit about that. Like, are we talking, there's been one animal that tested positive? Are we seeing the effects? What's happening?
So we've had multiple animals test positive. Prevalence rates are still currently low. And so that's why we'd like to jump on this early. So you see the biggest impacts to mature bucks. So if we can harvest more bucks, hopefully we can keep that prevalence low and isolated. Everything we've been finding is on the Wasatch Front side. And so hopefully we can keep everything contained there.
Okay. Brad.
So with the CWD, I guess, what's our testing strategy? Is it staying at voluntary? Do we have even a strategy for mandatory testing anywhere in the state?
So the way we've been testing up to this point is we go on a rotation as we need to get an adequate sample size. With CWD present now, we will test every year. Currently, it's not mandatory testing, but it is highly encouraged. We will put out information before every hunting season so that we can encourage those hunters to bring their deer in to be tested.
What all does that entail, and what's the turnaround time in getting the results back?
So testing is removing the lymph nodes out of the deer, the hunter harvested deer, to get an adequate sample. It is a lethal method of being able to sample, and so yeah, we'll go in, remove the lymph nodes. Usually during the hunts, we submit the samples to the lab more frequently. So usually within 2 to 3 weeks, we have those results back. We list on our sheet that we give to the hunters that it could take up to 6 weeks.
So, and the division pays for that testing, or the hunter pays for that testing?
When we are doing either the random sampling of the units, or like this, where we'll be sampling every year, we will pay for that sample, for that testing.
So if I kill a deer today and get the testing into you and hang it, and I'm not going to leave it hanging for 6 weeks. I'm going to cut and wrap and potentially contaminate a whole bunch of space with my limited understanding of CWD. But that's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, that's the reality of the situation. We are strongly encouraging proper disposal of the carcass and head brain material into a landfill and have it buried. Chronic wasting disease, it's a prion, it's a mutated protein. It can last in the environment for several years. It can survive fire. Right, yeah. And so with those deer that have tested positive, that people have paid a butcher to process for them, we have reimbursed those butchering costs. Because we'll come and, we'll let them know that it's positive.
And let me just add a little bit. We are detecting more and more chronic wasting disease in deer in Utah. It is something that's been on the radar for a while. It's starting to be more concerning. We're not making any official recommendation at this point, but I think the RACs and the Wildlife Board could probably anticipate seeing some recommendations for at least some type of mandatory testing probably coming in the next couple of years, next year or two, where, on certain individual target units, we would do some type of mandatory testing. So that it is something that we're concerned about. The science on CWD, they're still learning a lot. There's still a lot to learn about the disease. It's quite concerning. Bucks are the most likely to have, older bucks are most likely to have and to spread the disease. And based on some of the most current research, having fewer older age class bucks in the population seems to be a strategy that helps prevent the spread of the disease. It perhaps doesn't eliminate it from an area, but might prevent increase in prevalence and spread to adjacent units. So that's also why one of the recommendations you saw in this removed that late season hams limited entry deer hunt from the Morgan South Rich unit and relocated it to the East Canyon unit. So to perhaps target some of those additional older age class bucks that are most likely to have and spread the disease.
I'll just add quickly to the discussion in terms of reconnaissance for the disease and monitoring prevalence. We are also have the opportunity, and this is how we became aware of it, to collect roadkill samples throughout the unit throughout the year. So it's not just hunter harvest. I think the 6 week timeline is what we tell hunters. Hopefully we can beat that timeline, so we can reduce the amount of time. But just like Dax said, I think the RAC and board members need to be prepared for a recommendation in the future, but also prepared for more of these challenges in the future. CWD does not present us with any good options, to be quite frank. And so we don't love that we are having to recommend this, but we don't feel like CWD gives us too many more choices.
After talking about CWD, I have to watch a couple episodes of The Office to be able to go to sleep.
So this just got really depressing in here.
It's pretty dark. So.
Okay. It is. All right.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay. Do we have any other questions concerning this from members of the RAC? If not, is there any questions from the public for Dax concerning this? Aaron, and then we'll go to Brandon.
No, this is, I just posed this question to Bryce. So when it comes to CWD, I understand the testing takes 6 weeks. Are we telling our consumptive users to not consume the deer? Get it processed, get it butchered, do whatever you're going to do, store it, wait on it for 6 weeks, do not consume it. And then once the lab results come back and we get the go ahead, then we can tell the end user to go ahead and eat the animal, knowing that they harvested that animal in a concerning CWD area. So I was just curious if we're just extending the waiting period and giving them the doubt, the benefit thing.
So to answer Aaron's question, we have not been explicitly telling people to wait for results for the animal before they start to eat it. We are tracking CWD from a wildlife perspective. We're not human health professionals. We don't claim to be. We are really just tracking this disease with regard to what it does to wildlife populations. there's not conclusive evidence that consumption of CWD positive animals will necessarily cause, a prion disease in humans. And that's not why we're checking it. To err on the side of caution, we do advise folks that have an animal that tests positive not to eat it, but we haven't taken that to the level of saying, wait until you hear back before you eat it.
Hot mic. Yeah, so we're not telling them no, don't, and we're not telling them, yeah, go ahead. We're telling them the science that we know, and we're letting people make their own decisions. I think, but just by the means of having to collect the sample, it requires an interaction with our staff, and so our staff are prepared to do that. When we found the initial positive sample, we did do a media push on it too, so we got word out the best we could there. But this also helps us focus the message to, if this recommendation is passed, it helps us focus the message to the people that are harvesting only from the area that's affected and not over applying the message everywhere or concerns.
I think unfortunately, this isn't, southern, I guess it would be the Northeast region, the Southeast region, and even the Southern region it's not new even this year. We've been dealing with it. And so it's not something new in other parts of the country. We've also been dealing with it. And so I don't want to scare everyone from eating their backstrap, their freshly killed backstrap that night, but it's up to you. I don't know.
I have a question. If a hunter harvests a mule deer and wants it tested, can he take it to the division wherever he shoots it? Can he take it, or he or she take it?
So at this point, on our targeted testing units, the division will cover the cost of the testing. If an individual wants to test an animal from a different unit, then that cost, we can do it, but the cost would fall to the hunter that wants it tested. And the division's involvement in that may have to be limited depending on what our workload is on our targeted units.
All right, I know this wasn't part of the agenda item, but we've had a lot of conversation on it. Let's fight over dates or something and quit talking about things that are so depressing. We do have another question by Brandon.
Brandon Zundel, and I do not have a question about CWD. So this is actually about dates, and it's not a question I know the answer to. We've talked about this over-the-counter archery cow elk hunt. What will the dates be for that? Will they be the same as the archery deer hunt?
Hey, Brandon, can you talk into the microphone?
Oh, I thought I was. Sorry. Do I need to repeat the question?
I can repeat it in the answer.
Okay.
So Brandon asked if the archery antlerless elk dates will be the same as the deer dates or the elk dates. So we still will need to make that recommendation in the spring. At this point, the intent would be to recommend them the same dates as the elk. So, and those dates would be slightly different on the spike units versus the any bull units. But the intent would be to have the same dates as the August and September timeframe for general season bull elk.
Okay. Another question? Yes. Just state your name, please, and ask a question.
James Carlson, and kind of talking about the sorry, we're going back to that. But for the testing in that unit of 4, 5, and 6, I feel like maybe we should be doing mandatory testing for the CWMUs in that area. They're 100% success rate. I feel like that'd be a pretty good option. They're usually harvesting that mature type of animal that is supposedly carrying that CWD. And then I did have a comment about splitting 4, 5, and 6. Is that
when we get to the comments, we'll have you do the comments at that time.
So yeah, I don't know if that was an option, if we could do more mandatory testing for just like as if you were to draw a swan tag or something, you have 72 hours to get it checked. If we could do that with some of those, I feel like we'd learn quite a bit really quick.
Okay.
To answer that, I think we're still having some internal discussions. We have a wildlife veterinarian on staff, Dr. Virginia Stout. She's on top of the CWD issues, and we're working together and coordinating to try to come up with a strategy to expand our testing in the future. So I think there'll be more conversations, taking exactly those types of questions into consideration, but we're not there quite yet.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we'll go ahead now to the public comment on this one. Feedback?
We had 31 total votes on this item. 7 were strongly agreed, 12 somewhat agreed, 3 were neutral, 0 somewhat disagreed, 9 strongly disagreed. The notes that I made from the comments, there was definitely a theme about not to split up units 4, 5, and 6, consistent with the conversation we just had. There was some support and opposition, both support and opposition for the limited entry rifle season length. That's something we talked about mostly in the last item. And most seem to like the archery season dates being pushed back later. That's it. So the weighted average for that item was 3.26, so slightly above neutral.
So a little more in favor of the proposal.
Barely.
Barely. Pretty split down the middle, though. All right. We'll, I just forgot the, we're going to now, I don't think we have any comments from the public on this one here, do we? This is. Okay. All right. If you'll hurry and bring those up at this time. Yeah. Come on, Jody. They want it. You've got the blue shirt, so they know where to go with the blue cards.
She's over it, dude.
All right. While I'm looking for, let's go ahead, James, and we'll have you up here, and then I'll take Brandon's word for it, and we'll have him on deck.
Great, thank you. Just talking a little bit about the splitting of 4, 5, and 6. My understanding is that the reasoning for that is for the CWD testing, make it a little bit easier. On the other hand of that, 85% of that unit of 4, 5, and 6 is private, and it leaves the general public about 80,000 acres to hunt, to bounce between those 3 units. And so I would not like to see that, because sometimes we like to jump on the horses and go for a ride in a certain area and then be able to go hunt another area. It just gives us a little bit more options to go hunt in such a small area that we have to hunt. So.
Thank you. All right, Brandon.
All right, Brandon Zundel, representing myself again. This is actually just an opportunity to expand on my comments from earlier, since 3 minutes is not enough time. I think it's awesome that the Elk Committee decided to keep the extension for the general any bull archery hunt. That was kind of put on a probationary basis when we got it to go through. That was an idea that came through the public process and miraculously managed to actually happen. And I'm really happy to see that that's continuing forward. The other thing I really like seeing is this extension of the limited entry archery into a little bit more rut. Yeah, the rifle guys had to give up a little bit, and I can understand why they wouldn't be happy about that. But I think it's a move in the direction that most people really want to see it go, and they want to see more of a more primitive hunt happening when these animals are most vulnerable. And so honestly, I think that's the direction the public wants it to go, but it still allows us to manage by a age class, which I also think is the right direction. So just wanted to say that it's another thing I can support, and I'm glad that these things were kept there. So thank you.
All right, Aaron Galveston.
Good night for Aaron Alpeston out of Farmington. Good night for somebody who only watches these online. I have sure been prevalent in front of you guys tonight, so I apologize. So touching base on the 456, back in 2020, I sent an email to Kobe, and 4, 5, and 6 is my backyard. I grew up in South Davis County. I know it intimately from fishing Dual Creek with a glow bug at the end of a fishing line, rosewood tree, and catching native fish to spending countless hours up there on the extended hunt. So 17% of that 4, 5, and 6 is public land. Now in 2020, when I documented this, there were 9,065 tags issued for 4, 5, and 6 between all the youth hunts, the archery, the muzzleloader, and the rifle season. Now, if you know, living on the west side of this unit, there are only 2 main access points, Farmington Canyon and the Bountiful Bee to Skyline Drive. Now, let me just back up real quick. In 2002, I was shot at on the rifle hunt. Shot a buck, top of Miller Park Canyon. 4 other hunters shot at the same buck, and I could barely get down there before there was a fight ensued. And I said, there's no way this is fun. So I gave up rifle hunting and I went to archery. So I didn't have the overpopulation and overcrowding. So I would really challenge you guys to breaking up 4, 5, and 6 on the west side, because there's only 2 access points and you're putting all those public land hunters who don't have access up Chalk Creek and don't have access to private land in 2 canyons. And it's leading to overcrowding. It's leading to hunter issues. And it's just a mess for those rifle seasons. So I would ask that you please look at splitting that up and allowing either less tags, expanding season dates for that, more hunter opportunity, but something's got to be done on the west side of 4, 5, and 6 in regards to the amount of public land and the amount of pressure. Thanks.
All right, sorry, just thinking for a minute about that. I think that's all the comments, cards. You gotta hand it to me or I can't call you on it.
I haven't written it yet.
Oh, well, you gotta hurry, you got like right now. Let's go.
Yeah. So this has to do, Zach Merkley, Kaysville, Utah. This has to do with splitting 4, 5, 6. I've hunted deer in 4, 5, 6 my entire life. In fact, I went before then. We primarily hunted the Hennifer-Echo Wildlife Management Unit, which up until 2 years ago was complete, and where we hunted was one piece, and now it's been given to a CWMU for a land swap. The thing I bring up is there's not a lot of public land or access in this area. However, there's a large piece of division-owned property that sits behind Reese Farms just east of Morgan. I would like to challenge him to make access to that. There's just not enough access. Like you said, there's over 9,000 permits. You're either stuffing them Farmington Canyon, Bountiful Peak, East Canyon Wildlife Management Unit, or the Hennifer-Echo Wildlife Management Unit. We need to access that ground. We need more opportunity for people. Thank you.
Great comment. I'll go ahead. I'm familiar with a little bit of this, so please address it.
You're absolutely right. We've got a giant chunk of ground in the Round Valley WMA that doesn't have legitimate public access, and we've been working, negotiating with the neighboring landowner. We'll just say, no, not with the Reeses, with the yeah, no names. Thanks.
No names. We can't say names, but yeah.
But we've got a proposal. We've got terms that are agreeable on both sides, and we're working toward a signed agreement actually to provide that access. So I've just been sitting here listening to the discussion. I feel like we need to mention that, and I don't want to overcommit or overpromise and then underdeliver, but because there's still some negotiation that has to take place. But I think we've got a win for both sides that makes sense. We just need to get to the point where we're eating the deal. So that's the hope. We're working on it. It has to happen. There's just too much ground there on the WMA and not enough ground for the public access in that entire area. So.
Okay. I think now that is all of our comment cards. So we'll open up comment now in discussion to the RAC. And I wouldn't mind a clarification. If we were to divide, and this is going to be with DAX, I think it's with DAX. If we were to divide and do split up 4, 5, and 6 to 3 separate units, would it, you feel like it would help the crowding issue on the west side, up Farmington? Or is that gonna, what kind of effect do you feel like that would have on it? Is that the same area that we're looking at increasing tags to combat CWD?
Potentially, yeah. I'm going to defer and let and Jim answer that one. Probably not as familiar with that as the regional staff.
Yeah, so there's a potential there. So we will come up with permit numbers in the spring again. But our initial thoughts with this is just looking at current hunter numbers on each of those units. We get those numbers with our harvest surveys and then set permit numbers based off of that. So whatever was hunting, this year, we'd start there. If we were looking at last year's data, 2021 data, we'd be around 2,000 permits on Unit 4, 2,900, Unit 5, 2,800, Unit 6. So that's just based on hunter numbers currently.
My memory may be faulty, but I'm thinking these are the units that every year we're over objective because we can't get the hunting pressure on the private land.
Yeah. So
right?
So these ones, they have a lot of CWMUs on there, which we're trying to manage for limited entry on a general season unit. Limited entry buck to doe ratios are 25 to 35 bucks per 100 does postseason. The general season on these ones are 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does. And so because there are so many CWMUs in there that we are actively managing for higher buck to doe ratios, we do have a spillover effect. And we get those higher buck numbers coming off the CWMUs as well. And so it's one of those in the new statewide deer plan. We can take that into account, that as many permits as we do issue for those units, we may never likely get to our buck to doe ratio or our objective, just because the amount of area to hunt is so limited.
I know this is common, but one more question is as it came up when someone mentioned possibly requiring the CWMUs to test for CWD in those areas. I think it might be, I like that idea, and maybe I know there's a few in here that might be something that maybe the CWMU operators may volunteer, but I like that thought, and thought maybe that discussion might take place, and maybe it already has, to see some of the, I know we have a number of CWMUs right there in that Unit 6, especially there are at least 2 I can think of, and maybe I think that might be good to make it mandatory and get a better idea right there as well.
Yeah, we have been getting some samples off of them. It becomes a challenge too with those trophy class animals and on keeping the cape. And I mean, it can be done just at the appropriate time of understanding and all that. So,
okay. Any other comments or discussion? What are we on? It's late. We're on comments. I've been asking questions, but they're clarifications. So this is only for members of the RAC. Mike.
4, 5, and 6. I know that we're looking at 5 for the CWD, but they're fairly close proximity. Are we worried about 4 and 6, Jim? Sorry, I don't mean to drag you clear back up here, but I mean, if in that closer proximity, why would we not just have the whole unit tested?
Increase. Ben mentioned the roadkill data and getting lymph nodes out of there. We'll continue to do that as well. And oftentimes we can actually get more samples off the roadkill than off the hunter harvest.
Makes sense to me. It seemed as though we weren't necessarily too concerned about the other 2 units that are in such close proximity. So
right.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yep. And then with that too, just the regular targeted testing is about a 3-year cycle.
More comments?
So I
Questions or anything?
had a bit of discussion with a number of people on this, and I guess to start off, I appreciate Jim, Jayla. I just forgot your name. Dave Smedley. Sorry, I apologize. When I hit them with a text at random hours of the day and sometimes at 7, 8 o'clock at night, and I forget that they're not really on the job, but they still respond. So I appreciate that. But I've gone back and forth with this one. I understand the logic from a management perspective. I think my comment is this will probably carry more over into April, but I hope we shy on the conservative side of permit numbers when we start into this. Routinely, we see the data for buck-to-doe ratios and population or dynamics with fawn-to-doe ratios often look really good and tell us we can increase permits, but at 8,500 permits, 9,500 permits is some of the highest in the state with some of the least amount of public land. So I hope we can be a little bit conservative as we make this transition. If it's approved and goes through, that we don't make it worse than what it feels like. I think in Unit 4, I hear the number 2,000 permits and it kind of makes me cringe. It feels like a lot. And without having to go through that and kind of experience it per year, it's hard to really say. But one other comment there, I know you're on voluntary testing. I don't know what the division stance is. You make like an incentivized voluntary test, like have a drawing for some deer, something, right? Like, I don't know if that would help along the way or not, but just a thought.
Okay, and my comments are going to be, just the last one, this is our backyard on this particular thing, especially with 4, 5, and 6. The same discussion will come up in the other RACs, right? They'll be voting on the same thing, and I hope just as that a lot of them will be following and listening to our discussion, because, you know, that's the reason we divide up our different RACs so that we can address the topics that are in each region. So hopefully the other RACs will listen to our recommendations and listen to those who are familiar with these units. Oh, if there's any more comments, let's entertain the motion. I guess we've got past that already. I'm sorry. And everyone jump at once. What's the struggle? The 4, 5, and 6.
I'll make this motion. There may be a bigger fight in April if we get too many tags. So I'll make the motion to approve as presented.
Accept proposal. Any discussion on the motion before we call for a vote? All right, we'll start with Ryan.
Yes.
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 Emily?
Yes.
Motion passes. Is it 10 to 1? 10 to 1. Mike, will you give a second to?
That unit is better as a whole, 4, 5, and 6. And I would probably be more encouraged, or like to encourage testing on the whole 4, 5, and 6 and keeping it together as one, so that people could still take advantage of the available public land. So that's kind of, as a sportsman's rep, that's where my head's at, and that's kind of what the sportsmen want. So
I believe when it comes time for the wildlife board, we'll be able to share a little bit about, there was not an overwhelmingly yes, but some hesitancy, and hopefully there's some more information they'll be able to help with this as the wildlife board makes a decision.
I just say that for what it's worth, we don't love that we have to make this recommendation either. I mean, it's just the reality of CWD really sucks. And we feel your pain. We feel the struggle that you have. Nice job making Brad put his name on the motion.
I was so on the fence. I figured if Brad goes one way, I'll go. No, I'm just kidding. I'd already, that's where my head was at. I just felt like the limited number of public acres and huntable acres in that unit, to break it up does a disservice to the unit itself. And I would probably more inclined to encourage testing in the whole unit and keeping it as one.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. All right. Well, excuse me, we'll now move on to agenda item number 8. I don't think there's very many people here that even want to discuss this one, right? So, yeah, no, I want you, no, you're in the hot seat. So we're going to ask, Derek, you'll, right?
Yes.
Instead of taking Gabe Patterson's place. So he's up here we're going to discuss now the emerging technologies and the restricted weapon definition amendments. As you begin, when the comments first started coming out, holy cow, there was a lot of misunderstanding about what Utah was about to do. We had guys convinced they were going to be in loincloths and spears next year if we didn't. And so there was not a lot of clarification. So maybe, Claire, if you could define just real quick the restricted hunt.
Okay.
On this one, I think everyone here that I spoke with before now understands that, but if you could define the restricted hunt for just a minute, I think that would be good, and whatever you feel might need to be.
Okay, well, good evening, Northern Region RAC. I'm a first timer on the RAC tour, so I'm from the Northeast region. I'm a wildlife biologist out there. I cover the Wasatch East unit and the 9 Mile Anthro. And I am not Gabe Patterson. Unless this goes really badly, then let the record be known, I'm Gabe Patterson. No, me and Gabe had an agreement that I would do the RAC tour if he would do the presentation. So I'm hoping I didn't draw the short straw on that. It's up to you guys. You can make me have the long straw. But yeah, so Gabe and I were asked to co-chair the technology committee, and it was new for both of us. Never done anything like that, and it was an awesome experience. We had a great committee. We've got a few of them here tonight. Kevin Norman served on there. Troy Justison was his alternate. We've got there was Bryce. Yeah, Bryce was on there, and also Dave. Is Dave still here? Right back there. So your region was represented well on the committee, and I'll just say about the committee, I was super impressed with their knowledge of technology, of hunting, everything. They had an answer for everything. They were super involved and provided a ton of good input. And it was a unique process because usually when we have a committee in the division, we've got a management plan we're renewing, like the elk plan that you just went through. And this one, we didn't have really anything to go on. It was kind of just a new concept to look at technology. So to clarify what you mentioned earlier about restricted technology. So yeah, when that first came out, a lot of people were thinking, no more regular rifle hunt, no more regular muzzleloader hunt, no more regular archery. It's all these restricted. And so to clarify, these restricted weapon types currently do not have a hunt. These are just going to be a future tool that can be used, as you heard from Dax, potentially in the elk plan, having restricted hunts. And I'm sure in the upcoming deer plan, there'll be these options as well for restricted hunts. And so one of the main things we did as a committee was come up with definitions for these restricted weapon types. I'll go over them super briefly just so we can clarify. And I wanted to clarify first the archery one. With some of our committee members here, in the committee, we did not come up with a new definition for restricted archery. Our original recommendation was that archery was restrictive enough and that the only change we would have made would be no electronics on archery equipment. In further discussions with the agency, the recommendation came out that we needed to have a more restricted definition, and that is why we have the definition we have now. And that is that the bow must be single-stringed, recurve, or a long bow. It must not have sights or any cables, pulleys, cams, or attached electronic devices. And so, like I said, this isn't a hunt now. This isn't a proposal for a hunt. This is just a tool that will be used or could be used in the future for restricted archery definition. And then the muzzleloader one, just to briefly go over it, this will be a flint percussion cap or musket cap and no 209 primers. It must be an exposed ignition system as it is cocked and ready to fire, free of electronic devices, and only have open sights and peep sights. And then briefly on the any weapon rifle, the only restrictions would be sights or open sights or peep sights, and free of electronic devices, and not be semi-automatic rifle. And then I'm not going to go over the handgun or shotgun. Those are just copied from the current HAMS definition, so there's nothing new with those ones. And so those are that's the main recommendation. The other stuff in the presentation was just informational and stuff that we discussed in the committee. And I sent an email to our committee to let them know that the recommendations we're making, this is, as you know, a very long meeting tonight. And we were concerned that even bringing this much was kind of a lot for this meeting. So there are other things we're discussing internally with the recommendations from the committee that may come in future meetings. They're not all off the table, everything we discussed there. This is just the stuff that we wanted to get here now as a tool for like the elk management plan and future plans. The only other action item is the statement on technology, and hopefully you received that and have read that statement, and the DWR endorses that statement and hopes for your support. So I guess that's all I have.
All right. Thank you. We're going to open up to some questions. You're going to find out if you chose wisely or not.
This is only day one.
Randy.
Hey, I've got a couple. One, I appreciate you guys doing this. I think it's a subject long overdue that needed to be addressed in my mind a long time ago. I have a couple questions, but I'm going to throw out kind of a statement first. I'll admit, I don't know what you're looking at bring to the table later, but it might change what I'm going to say now because I'm disappointed in the approach that took. Okay. Where I'm coming from on that, and there are questions related to this, is there's so many things happening. Just take scopes, for example. I mean, I can get a scope, and you can do this on a bow as well, where it automatically adjusts for you. No. Okay, and yes or no, my opinion is no, but that's neither here nor there. Those things, drawing a line in the sand somewhere, I think should have been done on this. Up front. I understand getting the tools out for the elk management plan, and that's great, and I support that. But maybe in a different meeting if you were worried about time, because I think piecemealing this and not knowing what the other pieces are changes my opinion on what I do on things. So just take that as feedback, not criticism to you. But so some questions to go along with it. So these restricted weapons, are we going to change the definition for the HAMS hunts to use the restricted weapons?
Yes, so that is the proposal, that the muzzleloader that is the current muzzleloader definition in the HAMS hunt would be replaced with this restricted weapon muzzleloader, if that makes sense.
Okay. When's that going to happen? Or when's that proposal going to come through?
That's here. That's this proposal.
Then I missed that when I read it. My apologies. And then, so this isn't strictly about that, but currently, so I probably have a misunderstanding. It's been a couple of years since I bow hunted. Are you currently allowed to use optics, not pins, but telescopic sights on bows?
I don't think there's a restriction on, I don't know that there is a telescopic scope for archery. Their Garmin is legal currently, yes.
And that's, it adjusts the system for you, it adjusts the distance. Okay,
And in full disclosure, these were all talked about very heavily in the committee, and we came up, with recommendations that were given to the division that was included as something that would be illegal.
So I'd love to know what's out there. And well, I'm not going to repeat myself on that. So, okay. Okay, I'm sure the other things I have on my list will come up from other people. Thank you.
Ryan.
I'm fascinated as you talk about the ignition system of muzzle loaders. What would be if a guy wanted to use a match lock? He's still precluded from using that if we're seeking to have primitive muzzle loader. Could it be amended to allow match lock?
I don't know that was discussed in our committee. I'm sure you could make that amendment if that, as long as it meets the definition of a external and a. Yeah, so it would, we specifically said.
So when you.
Or musket, but the main thing that was talked about was no 209 primers or modern ignition types. So
if a guy's hunting with his match lock and reading that and it says percussion or flintlock, is a conservation officer going to give him grief because matchlock isn't specifically listed as one of the options of an external ignition system?
Not if we make a motion to add that to it.
I don't know.
I don't think that was the intent of the committee, is to not include that. The intent of the committee was to have something that was restricted and not modern. And so I think that would be the intent of the committee.
What?
As long as it also has an open, exposed ignition system as well.
I'm wondering about, like, with these black powder rifles, they put chunks of powder or pellets down instead of loose powder, and they have these little plastic cups that hold some sort of projectile instead of a patched round ball. Would those other kind of powders work with these ignition systems, or would there be any value if we're wanting a restricted primitive weapon to say loose granular powder and a patched round ball?
Yeah, that was talked about quite a bit in the committee, and I think we went to give more people the option to use this weapon type, to just keep it simple, that it's restricted enough with those definitions that we came up with, that if you had the pelletized powder, that was not a big enough game changer compared to loose powder. In fact, a lot of people feel like loose powder you can shoot more accurately with anyway. And so we felt like that wasn't an advantage.
I'm going to ask a pretty hard question. So if we knew that the committee had met all this time, went over all these things, and then we worried because, the meeting might go over, why is it on our agenda today? Why could we not
I don't know if
wait
it was just because there's just a lot more internal discussion that needs to go on. Because when you make changes to weapon types, it's a major process to go through every rule, and it affects every other management plan, not just the elk management. It's going to affect all the other management plans. And so I think this is the tool we wanted, that the agency felt needed to be now, and then the other stuff can come in a future date.
I just know with public feedback and the wildlife board specifically hit it. So I'm struggling that there was a.
And we tried to give a pretty good informational on a lot of the stuff we discussed. If you watched Gabe's presentation, and then also he gave a presentation to the wildlife board with a lot of the recommendations that we came up with. And so the information is out there. And you've also got a letter from SFW. I'm assuming you've all got that. And it's well written. It's a lot of it, pretty much exactly what we talked about in the committee. I don't know, was that Kevin or Troy?
Yeah, I think when we get to comments, we'll make sure we do that. Man, committees are a lot of work. They spend all this time and all these hours, and it feels like we just wasted a lot of people's time if they met there. Do you feel like it was beneficial?
Oh, I think it's beneficial. I don't think it's wasted. Like I said, I don't think this is the end of the technology committee, and I don't know that we've even ended it. We've paused it, but we are still committed to meeting as things come up, and bringing future recommendations to the RAC and board.
All right. Other questions? All right, if there's no more questions from the RAC, I'm going to open up questions to the public. Okay. Seeing no questions for that, we're going to go to the public feedback now. Getting quicker at that.
Once in a lifetime.
Oil.
Bishop just flipped him off.
So for this item, we had 38 total votes. 12 are strongly agreed, 3 somewhat agreed, 4 neither agreed nor disagree, 3 somewhat disagree, 16 strongly disagreed for a weighted average of 2.79. So just shy of neutral, erring toward the negative side. I think you've already mentioned that there was a lot of miscommunication and misunderstanding early on in our recommendation. There was, if you were watching your email closely, for everybody here, our emails blow up when the agenda items hit. This one just exploded right out of the gate. And internally, we all were communicating saying, hey, there's a lot of misunderstanding and miscommunication. And that's why you saw a clarification on the day of the release. And so a lot of the negativity was applied toward what came from when people thought that this is applied to the general season weapon types. So take that negativity for what it's worth, just with that early miscommunication. That's it. Yep.
I would say that's exactly what happened. Once that came out, our emails really, the feedback changed significantly once we came back out and that was clarified. So that was good.
I should also say there was a lot of discussion in the comments about the ethics of restricted weapons, efficacy of using restricted weapons, but there was also a lot of support and evidence shared for the primitive weapon use and their efficacy. And of course, concerns for success rates. And that's it.
All right. With that, we're now going to we'll begin our public comment. Again, just a reminder, 3 minutes. There wasn't a trap door installed underneath there and Jody has the button for it. So just beware. It may shorten, but no, please just, if the same things are being said, let's just try to keep it short. I think we did a wonderful job on the elk management and follow that same thing. So we're going to begin with Brandon. And Jason, you're on deck.
It's me again, Margaret. Brandon Zundel. First of all, Randy, there is such thing as a magnified scope on a compound bow, but it's not legal. I don't use a compound bow, I use a longbow. I really, really like the idea that there might actually be a special season for me. There is a special season, it's called the bow hunt. I still use it, but I hunted muzzleloader my whole life too, and in 40 years of shooting muzzleloaders and hanging out with guys that shoot muzzleloaders, I've never seen a matchlock. I've heard of a matchlock and a fuse lock, and I've seen plenty of flintlocks, but I have yet to see a matchlock, so I don't think that's really going to be an issue. But if somebody wants to use that, I think they ought to be allowed to. And if somebody wants to try to ignite Pyrodex pellets with a number 11 percussion cap, go right ahead, buddy, because those things do not ignite well without a 209 primer. It's just something I'm up here excited to see a direction that allows for more opportunity. You know, we talk about this 4-5-6 split, and you know, this is an opportunity for the division to maybe allow more hunts in very small areas that maybe we can't do right now, but you might be able to allow earlier seasons, maybe even additional seasons in a very tight area with these primitive weapons without having to throw a bunch of people on top of each other. You can just add some more opportunity. Maybe it doesn't even fall under limited entry. I don't know. Let them be creative. But I really get behind these restricted weapons and the opportunities that they have in the potential for us in the future. So thank you for this committee and all the work they're doing. And maybe the next time I'm up here and we're talking about one of the recommendations, I'll be against it. But for right now, I like it. Thank you.
We got Jason, and then we got Kevin Norman on deck.
Jason Sterling, I'm resident of Layton. So with regards to the previous comment about electronics on archery equipment and restricting that, when you start placing restrictions on that, it opens up a Pandora's box. So I would like to see something specifically addressed about lighted knocks and video recording equipment. These items don't aid in the take at all, but would be considered electronic equipment. So if you just put a blanket statement on no electronics attached to a bow, well, while I think we all understand you might be talking about the Garmin site that can do auto range and things like that, maybe we're not giving consideration to something like lighted knocks, which is literally something allowed in every state in the entire country. My only other comment, and maybe it's appropriate or not, but just with regards to muzzle loaders and the current muzzle loader season that we have in the technology. I mean, the technology for muzzleloader equipment is exploding. Right now, I can go and buy a CVA muzzleloader, put a loophole scope on it, and shoot MOA out to 600 yards. And so what we essentially have, and maybe not everybody is going to spend that type of money in that technology, but I mean, I could do that. And so what you essentially have is you have two rifle hunts where the technology has advanced to where we never would have thought years ago when we had specific rifle and specific muzzleloader seasons. And so if I had the magic wand and could wave the magic wand, I'd like to see something that brings our current muzzleloader back a little bit, maybe not all the way to iron sights, but maybe restricting magnification on the optic or something similar. Just so we get away from being able to shoot almost as far with a muzzleloader as most people can with a rifle. Thank you.
After Kevin, we'll have Justin Prince.
Kevin Norman representing SFW. 3 minutes is going to be hard, so I'm going to talk fast. Doesn't groups get 5? All right, I'm wasting time. Anyways, I'd like to start out by saying I do love the division. I have a lot of dear friends within the division, and all in all, they do a phenomenal job. However, this has been a disaster, in my opinion. I sat on this committee. It was a lot of work, just like the out committee, and the ball was dropped on many levels. I've been up and down the division from top to bottom in conversations, and the ball was dropped, and it's pretty disheartening and disappointing. So with that being said, at our fulfillment committee meeting, we brought forth a bunch of the recommendations by the technology committee that, in my opinion, are no-brainers. Like Randy said, we've got to draw a line in the sand that this is far enough. And that was the sentiment at the technology committee, that was our number one priority, was to draw a line in the sand, not to take stuff away, not to start trail cam World War VII, Casey, but to draw a line in the sand and say, okay, this is far enough. And I felt like we came out with a pretty awesome product that wasn't even brought forth, and it was disappointing. My phone blew up by other committee members as pissed as me that where's our work? Where's these recommendations? So with that being said, I want to talk about the restricted archery. The Randy Walk from Hoyt was on the committee, and past Hoyt employee, and he brought a good point. 3% of archers are longbow and traditional archers. Our motto as well on this committee was to, if we could make changes to increase opportunity while maintaining quality, just like the out committee, that's what we was looking at. By going to longbows, it was reducing that opportunity, and our recommendation was to not restrict that. However, SFW's recommendation was to go to no sliders sights, no electronic sights, 5-pin fixed sights. The other recommendations, and I sent you guys all a letter, and I appreciate you reading that. It was super long and cumbersome. Tried to condense it. Some of the other recommendations was no electronics on scopes. We felt like that was a line in the sand.
Wildlife Board, it was brought to my attention, allows 5 minutes for, are you representing Sportsman for
SFW,
Fishing?
yeah.
Yes, then your additional 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Taking electronics off scopes with the exception of illuminated reticle or red dot would eliminate many future problems and conflicts. We have to watch out for our resource. On the current archery definition, we wanted to eliminate electronics on sites, the Garmin site. But as was just brought up by Jason, I believe, we did have that. We went into all this detail. We wanted to accept lighted pins, video equipment that does not aid in the take. You guys got our proposed motion that has other preventative, no-brainer, in my opinion, items that the committee come up with. This isn't just SFW's recommendations. This is the committee's recommendations. I know I've spoke with the division 100 times over the last week, and I know this can be done. It's going to be painful if on them a little bit to make it all happen, but it can be done. And I would support and plead with you guys that we don't wait any longer on this. The longer we wait on these recommendations, the harder it is and the more of a fight it is to get these things through. It'll be taking something away from somebody at some point rather than drawing the line now. So thanks for your time, and we'd appreciate your willingness to look at this and to present a motion. Thank you.
All right, after Justin Prince, then we have Ken Haverhill.
Hey, I'm Justin Prince from Manaway. I kind of echo a lot of what was just said. It troubles me when we start talking about taking away things that have essentially become traditional use practice, something that's been around 20, 30 years. But at the same time, yeah, there's a few things that are coming out, emerging technologies that, that just, they got no place in the business. I'm a little bit concerned that, and I don't know how this made the agenda. I don't know where the direction came from, but I'm really grateful that the committee didn't actually take up, at least in their recommendation. There was let's see here. I screenshotted it because I didn't believe it. That they were not going to recommend that we were going to regulate modern clothing and gear. I'm a little concerned that was even on the table. I'm not sure I want people telling me what kind of pants I can wear in the field. So, I mean, I just want to make sure that these committees know that, there's a really fine line between stepping on people's individual liberties when they try and come up with a recommendation, or whoever dreams some of this stuff up. But anyway, I just want to throw that out there because I think a lot of people would have just read right past that. It caught my eye. I don't want somebody telling me what kind of socks or boots I can wear on the mountain. But also, I do support the sentiment of what this committee is trying to do. Yeah, there's some things that probably need to take action on right now. There's some high-end electronic devices. I'm glad we got rid of heat impressioning devices, scopes and things like that. I think that kind of stuff needs to continue, but let's not take away the traditional use type things that keep us safe. I get worried about when we start talking about, walkie-talkies and cell phones on the mountain. Well, at what point is somebody going to say I used it for something I wasn't going to? I personally broke my leg out deer hunting last year. I really wished I'd had a way to communicate with somebody, and I just didn't have a way that worked. I had to walk out on a broken leg. Man, if that extends to, saying I can't have my Garmin in reach, which everybody in my camp has now, that would be a sad day. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, is Ken still here? Okay, see him. We're going to go to James Carlson, and then following James, we have Aaron Alveston on deck.
James Carlson representing myself. I think that what I see with all of this is that we're trying to put the hunt back in hunting. And I like the opportunity of doing some of this, but I am concerned that CWMUs are hunting with a gun from September 1st through December. And we're talking about all these rules and regulations for the general public, but we're not seeing a lot of this stuff transition over into some of the private stuff. And that concerns me a little bit. But I do like what some of the things were brought up by Kevin with the committee. I think that they're a great committee, and they've got a lot of good points. A lot of the sportsmen in the state of Utah do a fantastic job. They spend a lot of time in the woods, and they see firsthand what needs to be done and what can be done in the state to benefit the general public. And so I just, throughout of all this, these topics tonight, I hope we just get across that we're putting things in the best interest for the general public and for the general hunters, and that we don't forget that, because I'm not seeing or hearing a lot of recommendations for the private property and the CWMUs and all that type of stuff. So thank you.
Following Aaron, we have Dave Freeze.
Hey again, Aaron Alveston. So like I mentioned earlier, I gave up rifle hunting a long time ago. Have muzzleloader hunted a little bit. It was back when it was the first year after the one magnification change to any scope you want. Still decided to put iron sights on my muzzleloader, killed a buck, 28-inch on 4, 5, and 6 at 55 yards, and was super excited about it.
We're not here to brag. We're here to talk
I know.
about
Sorry.
it.
Here's the comment. Decided to do archery. Picked up my first bow when I was 14 at a garage sale. Fiberglass arrows, and never looked back. Bought my first compound bow in 1997. At that time, 50 yards was max. Did not feel comfortable shooting a 300 grain arrow past that distance. It was hell trying to figure out how am I going to get within 20 yards when my max distance is 50. Nowadays, I shoot a bow 4 or 5 times a week, 100 arrows every day. I shoot out to 130 yards. Not because I'm going to ethically ever take an animal that far, because I believe in the principle of aim small, miss small. If I can hit 6 arrows on an 18-inch target at 130 yards, ethically 60 yards becomes a chip shot. 20 yards, I should start shooting the ends of golf tees because I'm that deadly accurate, because I practice nonstop. So looking at restricting slider sights to only doing 5-pin sights or some fixed pin sights, I would call out ethics. Because if I have a pin gap between 40 and 50 yards, and I know that animal's at 42, and I'm trying to hold a pin gap of 40 and 50 ethically in a 12-inch box on an animal, it's going to be a lot more difficult and challenging to ethically put that arrow where it needs to go. A slider sight allows me to go, that animal is at 43 yards. I can put my sight to 43 yards. So that pin is now exactly where I need to hold that arrow to make an ethically clean shot on that animal. Now, the Garmin sight you brought up, Randy, is basically the same thing except digital. It now allows me to pinpoint and point that at an animal and say that animal is 56 yards. It projects the pin for 56 yards. So I put that pin directly in the sweet spot right behind the shoulder, and I've now ethically made a shot. So as you think about some of these things, remember the general hunter. Maybe you're an older person with bad eyesight. Maybe you have something degeneratively in your eyes, and it's not able to focus like you want it to. So just remember that in your decisions, that where's the ethics in some of these, because some of the things we do now are to help us become more ethical archers. Thanks.
Dan's a good friend of mine, so I can harass him about that. I mean Robin Hood.
Okay, go ahead.
Committee, it's good to be here. Dave Friess. I was on the technology committee. And I just have a few things to say about it. The division did a really good job with a really tough subject. Gabe and Derek ran it well. Dax had some great comments there. I think they really tried their best to come up with some recommendations that would work and kind of get this under control. There's great discussion. I think Kevin mentioned that. I mean, we did discuss, should you be, able to wear your KUIU gear on the mountain. It lasted about 3.5 seconds. We thought that was a safety issue. It was not a big deal. But we tried to look for every single thing that was helping aid in the take of game, right? And define those, look at them, discuss them. Ethics was a big discussion. What's ethical for me might not be the same thing that's ethical for you, Justin. We might see that differently, right? What my experience is in hunting is different than what a 20-year-old's experience is in hunting, and what they look for and what they're excited for. The thing that I'm worried about in this discussion, it's twofold. It's picking winners in hunting and dividing us because of it, right? And I've said this every time I get up and say this in meetings. If we divide our vote, or we divide ourselves as hunters through whatever means it is, right? But if it's, I'm going to hunt one way and you're going to hunt another way, and I don't like the way you hunt, that's dividing us, right? That being said, we don't want predator drones shooting Hellfire missiles at deer, right? That's not what we're looking for. I think the division is being careful in how they handle this. And I think the committee presented tools the division can implement with weapon types, different possible hunt types, so that this can be laid out in a way that is smart and the public in general can kind of digest, right? Because you're going to be taking stuff away from people, right? And that doesn't ever go well. So I like that. But I do agree with Kevin. We do need to draw a line in the sand somewhere. It might be with predator drones. I don't know what it is, but there's good discussion that came out of that. And I think that there's good, the division has those tools. I mean, it was lengthy, hard discussion about really tough items. So I'd just say that and tell you not to get too preemptive on how you decide to vote about this.
Thank you. Yep. I forgot to tell Troy he was on deck, and that's our last comment card, I believe.
Troy Jessenson representing myself and a alternate that sit on this committee. Been involved in this particular issue for probably about 10, 15 years ago. If you want to go back and replay some of the wildlife board meetings, I brought this issue up and simply said that at the current advancement of technology, if we're not willing to pump the brakes and we as hunters show a little restraint, we're going to have no quality left in the state. That's my approach on technology. It's not that I'm worried that we're going to kill the last deer or the last elk or whatever. It's this, we all desire to have some sort of quality to chase, and we're getting so proficient and so good at putting ultimate pressure on the top end every year that at some point we got to step back and we got to limit some of this technology. We had an original committee that talked about this prior to the hams hunt coming up. Kind of the same thing happened as what I envisioned happened with this technology committee right now. We started it, we had a couple of meetings, And in every relationship and partnership, you got to be able to have hard conversations and you got to be truthful. And the same thing happened to that is we had discussions, then all of a sudden a recommendation was come forth and the committee, in a sense, ignored what we talked about. I feel a little bit of the same way what's transpired here is we've had these discussions, these things. Now a product's being brought forth that really, quite honestly, wasn't brought back to us. And I don't have a whole lot. Let me rephrase that. I'm disappointed and would hope that we'd look more in depth at what the work that the committee did and actually approach the things and bring forth the things that the committee actually talked about. So thank you.
Thank you, Troy. As we move now to the comment from our RAC, I just want to begin with my comments that I don't like the position that we're in right now. We've got a proposal that's there, that's been made by the division, and I think we need to take some kind of action on it. If we accept it, we don't know if this is going to happen again. Are we going to be back and look into it more next year or next month? I wish there was a way that we could say, let's table it and put it into another meeting myself where we could take more time, but I don't, that might be something that others can ask. But I guess we need to decide, are we okay with what there, or we listen, we know what the wildlife board had asked, we know what public comment has come back about with technologies, and we know what we've heard from a lot of our committee members and how they feel about things, and I feel like we're not in a great position. I feel like we're asked to vote on something that even those that come up with it don't agree on. So at this point, I'd like to hear other people's opinion on it. Am I the only one that feels this way? I mean, at the end of the day, do we just want to I want to hear what people think. Ryan?
It sounds like the process hasn't been perfect or how either party would have wanted. But also, as I looked at the public input, it seems like there's a strong appetite for what's been proposed. Initially there was a lot of no when there was the miscommunication about it, but then a lot of the recent feedback that came in, my perception was in favor of it, even strongly in favor of it. So as imperfect as the process was, I think there's a lot of public out there that like the idea of having these restricted classes of weapons in anticipation of having the restoration of true primitive hunts that were taken away, in essence, when the scopes were changed and the rules were changed on muzzle loaders. I think in a similar way, how when those rules were changed on muzzle loaders and that created opportunity, guys voluntarily chose, or gals voluntarily chose to change the weapons they were hunting with and went that way. I think the possibility could happen in reference to the long bow or the single string bow, that there may be guys who voluntarily choose to change the kind of archery tackle they're hunting with. As I understand the proposal, if they voluntarily choose not to, they still have a time and a place to hunt with their current archery setup. So I find it a little bit disingenuous and not 100% accurate to say that we're taking away, or the proposal takes away from someone. I see that this adds opportunities to guys and gals to voluntarily take advantage of what's being proposed.
We're going to go to, I think, maybe clarifications. So I guess there's two things that we're discussing here. There is the restricted hunt that comes with those things is one thing, but we also have, apart from the restricted hunt on the legal any weapon hunt, that's where so much of this technology. So I'm behind the restricted hunt. I'm good with that, but it's the fact that we're hearing that the committee wanted some of these restrictions, not just for that restricted hunt, but to go towards, the any weapon and other try to help in other technologies, but I'm for the restricted hunt. But anyway, Casey,
Yeah, can I ask, so I have a comment, but I just want to clarify with one of the comments that was made earlier. So to SFW, to Kevin, so the recommendations in the letter that we received, is that the same recommendation that the technology committee put forth to the division? Yeah. So for me, that's like, I understand this conflict, right? I've seen it with the division, with myself, with the legislature. I mean, we don't need to go back and look at the last year when it came to technology, but if we don't engage in the RAC process, which is the better process, eventually conflict comes to a point where it goes above this process and the legislature gets involved, and then conflict ensues, and we divide our community, which is pretty much what happened with trail cameras. And so I think that the division created a process for technology to be addressed. I think the committee that was formed presented presented options and solutions to the division. For whatever reason, bureaucratic or rule, that recommendation was not passed forward. But in my mind, the recommendation from a committee that vetted this still stands. So I'm actually comfortable making a motion at some point that is reflective of that work, and maybe pushing on the division a little bit. And so looking at SFW's letter, if that's the recommendation of the technology committee, I'd be totally comfortable adopting that in conjunction with the other pieces that the division also outlined tonight. So
I'm going to give you, I believe, did you want to say something?
Not really, but I will.
Oh, sorry, maybe.
There's one piece that isn't exactly what the committee recommended, with the restricted archery.
that's the one that's different?
Yes.
Okay, but everything else is the same? Okay.
Different in regards to the SFW.
The committee, don't speak.
Come on, hon.
So as far as the restricted archery, the committee recommended to keep it the same as regular archery, which that recommendation was no electronic sights. And SFW's recommendation was taking it just a little bit farther of the no sliders and fixed pin. But the recommendation from the committee was the same recommendation as the general archery, which was no sights. Or no Garmin, no electronic sights.
Bryce. I'm going to ask
Yeah,
Bryce
you can use
to.
a compound, yes.
Sorry, I just feel like I like what's going on, but we've got Kevin that's wearing here with SFW, and we've got the committee, and there's some. So I want to make, Bryce, you said on that committee, we're going to put you on the spot for just a minute.
Yeah, well, the recommendations that SFW presented was what the committee, except with the archery. The archery was that we could still use, and Dave or Kevin can correct me, that we can still use compound bows. Not, the discussion was Randy Walk, he was with Hoyt for I don't know how many years. He knows more about archery than anybody in the state. It was brought up that the restricted weapon was to use a recurve or longbow. Randy said only 3% of the country archery community shoots a longbow. So it was talked about for maybe 2 minutes, and then we said no, archery in itself is restrictive enough. Let's just stick with that, but have no electronic, no Garmin sights. That was as far as the archery entailed. So
okay,
but it was, not gonna lie, we put a lot of effort into it, and nothing that we presented came before you guys. So
Right. So I'll go to 8 years. You're good. 8 years on the RAC, and I feel like we're going in uncharted territory for me, where we're discussing. We've got committee here. Generally, once it comes to us, the committee and the division are on the same page, and we're not. So let's have the discussion. All that we can do is make a recommendation, or we can talk and decide what we want to do.
To make this cleaner, can we have a discussion on the restricted hunt definition first, and then if we want additional discussion on the rest of this? Would that help?
I think that's a great idea.
Big piece out of it. Yeah. To help clarify some of that.
Okay.
Do you want to say something about this?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nikki. Did
I'm just, no.
It was a dramatic pause, okay?
I was hanging on every word.
The idea of the restricted hunt, I like the idea of the ham hunt when it came through. I like the premise of the restricted hunt definition we have here. With the one exception, I'm personally not necessarily a fan of just recurves and longbows. I do like the idea of a compound bow with, say, five or less fixed pins, something like that. Because there's a very small amount of the archery community that really does use recurves and longbows. And so
it might invite more to do it.
If they have an opportunity, just like the muzzle loaders, there was an incentive all of a sudden to go to inlines and optics, and they changed their behavior. So if we give them an opportunity to change their behavior, all of a sudden it may increase from 3 or whatever it is out.
After having read SFW's proposal, I really liked everything that it had to say. I think that, much like Bryce mentioned, that archery's difficult anyway. And down the hams hunt, I'd like to leave it open to those guys with the 5 pins and let them enjoy that hunt. And if those want to shoot the other way, they're welcome to do that too.
Nikki, I feel like we skipped over you.
No, mine was more about just the general feel. We can talk about that later.
Can I say something, Chair?
Yes.
I'm just going to say on behalf of the division that we apologize for missing this. I don't know all the details about where the miss occurred, but something didn't go right, and it's evident. And so the recommendations you guys are talking about for SFW, that in the SFW letter, hopefully you guys have all taken a peek at it. I think what got us to this point is fear of the implementation of it all at once. And so I think we came by this point honestly, but we came by this point in messy. So I think we're okay with them. Derek, if I'm misspeaking on behalf of the division, please add to it. But come on up.
You chose the wrong meeting, didn't you?
See, I told you, you picked the wrong side. You should have done that.
Should have done the presentation. Yeah. Where are we at on the SFW's recommendations?
So I talked to Kobe today, and I mean, honestly, it's what the committee recommended, and I think the division likes a lot of it too. It's like what you said. It's really hard to implement all at one time, and they wanted further discussion internally about all these things. So, but yeah, the committee is essentially, other than like they said, the archery, it's essentially what the committee recommended to the division.
Do you have a time frame for when the rest will be presented?
I have not heard that from our director's office, but I wouldn't think it's like years. I would think it's within a few months, a year.
Serious question. Atlatl, was that considered in the committee?
It was brought up slightly, but no, it was not considered.
Paul.
So I guess I'd feel more comfortable if the committee had some more time to discuss this and bring something back to us. That way we'd had some public input on the whole recommendation versus just the part we got today. I certainly agree with what's come from some of these groups and what's been spoken tonight, but without further public comment, I got some concerns there, I guess.
Yeah, so I had somebody ask to clarify. So tonight, what the proposal is just for the restricted weapon types. So essentially the 5 weapon types and their definitions.
Yeah.
That's the proposal. And
that is the proposal.
And that was all, those were, other than the archery, was what the committee recommended.
I want to know if we I mean, our job is to make recommendations to the RAC. So if we are make recommendations to the Wildlife Board and to the division, I mean, ultimately the Wildlife Board is who instructs the division on things to do. So I guess the question is if we would accept this concerning the restricted hunts, which is basically all that it is, how do we put something on the division to make this happen, not a year from now, or how do we do this? But is it?
Well, Justin, if I can, I'm not sure we have to do that as a step two. I mean, I think it's within our prerogative, and we've heard from plenty of public comment tonight that a technology committee was formed and recommendations were presented. Now, there was some breakdown, and I don't think anything's malicious, but I think I'm totally comfortable just adopting tonight in conjunction with this, which is a component of that recommendation, all of the recommendations of the technology committee.
So, I'm going to chime in here. So we're combining both again, so I'm just going to combine both. The restrictive, because we have one thing in front of us.
Yeah,
we have the restricted weapons, and then everything else. We're talking about everything else.
So we can, if we want to address the restricted hunt right now and get that out.
Well, no, the only reason I bring that up, I'm happy. There's just a couple points I want to make, and I'll just make them both since we're commingling them anyway. I completely agree with pretty much most of the recommendations that came out of the committee, but the public hasn't seen them. The only publics that seen them are the, 40 people that are here. I would be extremely uncomfortable adding all that on because that's a list this big. When we came in and the public was given 4 things that we're looking at. Now, it doesn't mean we can't talk about these other things. And I'm an advocate. Like I say, we put in a date, like, no. And the April, I mean, it's probably unrealistic to do it before the April meeting. The April meeting, we expected feedback on this in the full proposal. But I would be extremely uncomfortable. Well, no, I would vote no. I'll tell you right now what my vote would be because the public hasn't seen it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Randy. I think there's 2 issues at hand. One is we're tasked with voting on the restricted hunt, and Lord knows I'm the last person to weigh in on that at all. Thank goodness I'm sitting next to my good friend here he's explaining everything that is said to me in slow motion. But I think I would feel better knowing that the technology committee is still moving forward and that we aren't hearing the end of it. And I don't think that was what we heard initially. And so I think that's been said now a little bit more firmly that we are going to hear from them again. And so I feel a little bit more confident in voting for the restricted weapons definitions and the restricted hunts. But I do think we have to be really careful because we have heard stuff that no one else has heard. We've been privy to information that hasn't been shared broadly with the public, and this is a public forum. And I think we just want to make sure that we're carrying through with the intention of the committee, which is to really understand how technology advancements are taking away the ability for people to hunt the way that hunting was designed to happen. And so I think we're on the right track. I'm glad that the committee members were here and were able to share their experience. And I want to commend the division for including diverse voices at the table, because I think that's what has to happen in order for any change to be made that really reflects what the community and the public want. So I think Randy's right. I think we vote on the thing that we were tasked with voting on tonight, but we set some kind of deadline or expectation from the committee for the next sort of phase of their work.
Now can I put in my restrictive comment?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yes, you may.
What we're actually going to vote on for sure.
Yes.
I like the restrictive things that are put in there. The only thing that I would tweak is on the bow. Already during the archery season, you can use a longbow and you can use a recurve. I don't see any reason that compounds couldn't be used during the restricted seasons with additional restrictions. You know, that I know we're going to have some different disagreements with some folks in the audience, but just a limited number of pins with no electronics. You know, something along those lines as far as the restrictions. The rest of the restrictions I love, and I wish they would go to the rest of the muzzleloaders and the rest of the community as well, but it won't.
We're going to go to
I'd like to see the definition of the muzzleloader just clarified, because I do know guys that shoot matchlocks, and even with the archery, I'd like to see atlatl included as a subset of that. There are other states that allow that.
I don't even know what are you?
Spear thrower.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
I agree with Randy. I think with this, it's not like the success rate on archery has fluctuated very much over a very long period of time. I think we're still 11 or 12%, and I'm sure somebody can clarify that for me. But I don't think it's impactful enough in the archery market to limit that portion of it on a hunt like a ham's hunt. So I would follow Randy's lead on the sights on the bow.
So if we're speaking specifically to the hams hunt now, and maybe.
The hams are the restricted.
Yeah, well, the restricted, I guess. Sorry, whatever, Randy, whatever you're talking about, that's what I'm talking about. So this came out as a component of the technology committee. So if I understand right, this is a piece that was picked out. So maybe to apply pressure to the division to look at the entire recommendation of the technology committee, we would just vote to table this and have the division bring it back at a later time. That would be where I would go. Then it puts a little bit of pressure on the division to move it forward, but we're not piecemealing it. We're having a broader discussion, and then I think the legitimate comments about the public not seeing that, I think that's totally fair, and that would give the public a chance to see it and the technology committee to have a chance to be reviewed.
We are. I was just saying we are taking a gamble by doing that. That if the other RACs decide they're going to vote on it, then we have no voice in it. But I'm
what
okay
I was
with
going to
it.
bring up, my initial reaction or thought was like, no, just table it, because that happens all the time. But my concern is maybe I should ask Brax. I'm under the impression that you're wanting to use some of these in the hunts that you're going to be proposing in this spring. Is that correct or no?
It's actually a very good question.
We tried to write the elk plan in a way that it would leave the door open to be able to use these as tools in the future. The only hunts that it would impact immediately would be on the hams hunts. The idea was not to have like 3 different definitions for what a bow was and 3 different definitions for what a muzzleloader was. We wanted to have kind of our standard, less restricted definition, and then these restricted definitions. So we wrote the elk plan in a way that this would be something we could implement, but it's not. If it takes a little longer to get implemented and get implemented well, it's not going to cripple what we're trying to do in the elk plan.
You'd still be able to use the current definition for the hams hunt, though, for your hunts, correct?
Yeah.
Why not change?
Let me let Kevin and then stay right there because I think we got 2 questions. I'll let Kevin and then we'll let Casey.
And it was pretty clear in the beginning that this is to do with primitive type hunting. Hams to me doesn't mean primitive. It means handgun, archery, muzzleloader, and
we've gotten away from the word primitive. We
that's what I would suggest.
Chose
is
the
that
word restricted.
Is that we go to a definition of primitive hunt, which would involve this reduction in technology, and not necessarily that it means hams, but anyway, just a suggestion. But I do agree that with the thought of maybe this needs to be tabled and brought back and looked at when we've got some clearer information.
Dax, if this was brought before the RAC in the December RAC, could you still implement it like you're planning on doing?
If we're going to put definitions of weapon types in the application guidebook, I think this is probably the window we have to do that. I think we'd be just all the things that go into that. I don't know that we'd have time to have it in the printed application guidebook. Lindy, Lindy's, am I speaking correctly? You probably maybe more familiar with that timeline, but it's a little bit of a process to get everything ready and in time for a guidebook that gets published in an application period that starts.
Yeah, so
if you guys wanted it to apply, like be actually in the guidebook so people would see it in the application, it would need to be approved tonight. Because we start working on that guidebook and printing's already been set for those days. So if it went into the January, we would have to amend the guidebook and only be amended online. So people that had the printed copy would have something different than what's online. And that could cause some issues for law
Really
enforcement.
irritating to me, and it causes to be suspect. Why? It's
Yeah.
like, we got a deadline now, and we can't
Yeah.
do anything about it. Too bad. I don't like that.
Sorry.
So can I just say a quick recommendation? We're not hurting anything by not doing anything. They can still do the ham hunt. They can still use it as the tool that they want. And we're not hurting anything.
Okay.
But as I look at that public comment, initially there was a lot against, and the latter ones were in favor of. So for the little part that we're tasked with, I feel like the public has had an opportunity to provide input and has seen it. If anything, what if we amended it? And so if the hangup is over archery, we make a motion in favor of adopting what was proposed with the exclusion of archery and just tabling the archery conversation.
I'm all right. If I were to make a motion right now, I'd motion we make a motion that we table it and we move on, but I'll let.
So
Can I just make a comment for the division? I think the intent here was I think we tried to do what we could with the time we had. It wasn't enough time. We didn't do enough. This thing's obviously not ready for prime time. If that's the direction that the RAC decides to go, I think that's fine. I think your point of we're not hurting anything by not doing anything. I worry about the sentiments of the committee members and the time that they put into it. But obviously the effort hasn't been respected to the degree that it was invested. And so we need more time to vet the things that are proposed. And that's not our way of saying no. It's just our way of saying we haven't been able to yet. And so we put forward what we were able to get comfortable with, and maybe we shouldn't have given the discussion we've had tonight. So our apologies, my apologies to the committee members, to the public, and to the RAC for the mess that we're in.
Okay. With that, is there anyone that's willing to make a motion?
I stirred it, I'll say it. I'd make the motion that we table this until April when they come to us with the full proposal.
Do you want to put the date on April?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have to wait till April?
Well, our next meeting is the end of the November, and then we don't have any other meetings until April. That's the end of April for us.
That's the Barron and Cougar. plan.
It's like
Yeah.
November the 30th or something. So we have one more meeting and then April.
And it, candidly, that might not be enough time
There's
for us
no way. That's 3 weeks
to really
away.
package this up the way it deserves to be.
Well, crisis do move things along.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
Yes.
We have a motion on the table to table. Do we have a second? Oh, I wish I could second.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion to table this agenda item. We have a second. So motion by Randy and a second by Casey. We're going to vote. We'll go with Ryan. Yes, here we do.
I think voting to table it, as you pointed out, is surrendering our voice in the matter. If the other RACs don't follow our suit, then we've given up a chance to make our voices heard.
I think our voices are being heard right now, perfectly clear. I also think the opportunity in the Wildlife Board, it's being heard. And I'm pretty confident in what's going to happen in other RACs.
Just to throw out, I don't know how many people have gone to a board meeting, but the RAC presidents are all there and they represent what happens in the meeting. So I would be shocked if Justin didn't bring up what this discussion was and what we're talking about.
So like I said, I don't think we're punting this down, but I'd vote no on almost everything because we haven't been given anything.
Let's, if everyone's all right, we'll vote, and if we need to, we'll go another.
We have been given that original packet that all that, or the original proposal that was presented online, that all the public input came back on, that has been given to us, and the public has shared their input on that part.
And this may not pass. It's okay if it doesn't, but we've got something in front of us. Let's vote on it and see what happens.
Ben, can you, I want to make sure that the public comment, am I incorrect in thinking that it was skewed to the negative, not the positive?
No, you're correct. There was misunderstanding and miscommunication early on. And the public thought that this applied to all of the weapon types, that we're going to take away all compound bows and it was going to apply to every hunt and every season date. And that's not the case of our recommendation. So yeah, there was a lot of negative feedback to start with. But we're not comfortable saying if there are implications for all the other recommendations in who knows what. That's where we're at. And so we're unsure. And so we brought what we knew we could be comfortable with. And you've seen the result.
Just the definition for the hands.
Just the definition.
Yeah.
Restricted.
The restricted.
Literally just the definition at this point.
And really, it sounds like everyone agrees except for the archery part. That's where people are hung up on.
Well, at this point, we have a motion on the table. Let's vote on it and let's see where it goes, and we'll discuss it. But unless someone wants to withdraw the motion, we're basically ready to vote on it at this time. So the motion is to table this agenda item and to invite the division and instruct the division to revisit this for the April RAC tour, I guess would be the way to put it, so that it has to go back through and allow the public to thoroughly read and vote on it. So that's what it would be. So it would just be addressed, not just the restricted, but it would be technologies in general. So I'm going to call for a vote. I think I know where the first one's going.
No way, Jose.
Okay. I thought there might be even more to that. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Emily.
Yes.
Thank you for replying. Hot mic moment. Okay. It passed 6-4. Jamie Butler did not vote. It did pass 6-4.
Darren Parrott? Yes. Mickey Wayman?
Again, motion passes 6-4. Ryan, I'll begin with you.
I think we had an opportunity tonight to, on this little piece of it, the definitions, to make a decision and to make a statement that we support the idea of a restricted class of weapons. And I think we missed an opportunity.
Yes. Our next one was Mike.
I agree. I think we missed an opportunity. We were charged with the task of defining what a restricted weapon was, not with hollowing out and fleshing out the whole program in one deal. I think we missed an opportunity.
Paul.
I agree.
That was all of our no's. All right. We'll make sure that all this feedback will be given when we go before the Wildlife Board. I know we have 2 members that are here currently, and when this agenda item comes up to Wildlife Board, I am sure you have my word that I will say exactly what you just said there. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to the last item, agenda item number 9, the CWMU and Landowner 2023 permit recommendations. We're going to have Chad Wilson, if he'll come up. He's our private Public Wildlife and Private Lands Coordinator. Hopefully this one's a lot easier than the ones he's been up here in the past few months to present.
Yeah, they asked me if I'd come back and do another RAC, and I said, only if I can be at the very end of it and stay for the whole thing. So I got my wish. Yeah, I don't know that I have a lot of clarifications, but a couple here that are probably one that's really important. In my presentation, we talked about Grass Valley, and there was a recommendation from the CWMU Advisory Committee. Just when you do a vote, I think it'd be important for you to make a vote on whether that CWMU Advisory Committee recommendation goes through, whether you recommend that to the board or whether you recommend something different. And I would just, I guess, suggest with that we had a few different split recommendations with Lazy H, Sweetwater, and Red Iron that potentially you might want to split those out as well. But other than that, I'd just take questions.
I'm pulling a blank. I'm gonna have to apologize. So do we have a vote? Can we vote on the variances that you had in your presentation?
Yeah, you can make any of those recommendations to the board. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions for Chad while he's up here?
Is there more to this?
Chad, I was led to believe we were going to hear from one of your CWMU operators.
Yes.
Is that coming to us in addition to this, or is this all inclusive?
No, the CWMU operator, like for Grass Valley, is here.
But that's not included in what we're discussing right now.
Well, I told them that they could get up in the comment section.
Okay.
But it is included, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, they'll get up in comment section and say, I guess their thoughts and feelings on.
Do you want to give your thoughts and feelings on it at all?
Well, it went through the CWMU Advisory Committee, which is a committee that's appointed to make recommendations to the board. I mean, in the presentation, we listed it as a recommendation from that advisory committee.
Okay.
We didn't.
I think we need to define this. There's a lot of loss. I think we need to define what we're discussing real quick.
Probation, a reduction of one tag, correct?
Yeah. So yeah, we'll back up from the beginning. Grass Valley had a complaint come from the public hunter. The public hunter's complaint was that they weren't given the opportunity to hunt the whole entire CWMU. Because of that complaint, we took them to the CWMU Advisory Committee, and they heard the story from both the CWMU and from the hunter. At the conclusion of that, the CWMU Advisory Committee decided to make a recommendation to the Wildlife Board that in 2023, Grass Valley would forfeit one private CWMU deer tag and essentially flip it to a public. So there'd be one extra public tag for the first year of their 3-year renewal.
Okay, and for the RAC's benefit, I sit on that committee, so I have intimate knowledge of this particular case. And so I wanted to make sure everybody got to hear what we were going to hear. So.
And I'm sorry, I just remembered something I meant to ask you and I forgot. On these renewals that came through on this round, were they all reviewed for the public land that's within them?
The ones that had public land, yeah, there was the two. Yep, they both got reviewed by the committee.
Any other questions from the RAC before we have any questions from the public? All right, we'll hear that. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah, I need you to come forward. Is this pertaining to this item?
I don't know if this is the right forum. It probably isn't. Maybe I ought to just talk to Ben and Justin afterwards about this issue. My name is Jeff Merkley from Layton, Utah. I'm cause of these three over here and proud of it. I've been hunting for 54 years. I'm 71 and I did elk hunt this year. Didn't get to pull a trigger, but I have 7 grandkids that have hunted. And Zayden, this one right here, just shot his first.
Hey, do you have I don't want to
have a question
because I want to respect.
Anyway, sorry.
But we can talk for sure after, but the question?
Out of these 7 grandkids that hunt deer, he's the only one left that hunted this year. So why does that happen? Okay, this is a thing that should really concern all of us. Why aren't the other 6 wanting to hunt? We lost our hunting grounds of 40 years to an illegally, secretly conducted, under the table, unfounded land grab by a rich developer with the blessing of a DWR official. Previous owners tried to make the same land swap on this 456. It's on the north end of the Hennifer Echo Wildlife Management Unit, or Wildlife Management Area. Tried to make the same swap with the DWR. They told him to go jump in the lake. His name was Steve Patterson. He's since deceased.
Can we, with names and everything, I'm going to give you an opportunity, but this isn't pertaining to this. We've got to get through this agenda item, and I will give you an opportunity to talk with this, but.
Well, this is something that's very important because this is something that's happening in our sport. Of people taking over these grounds as this land swap happened. We've been hunting, we know that piece inside and out after 40 years. And what happened there, it's really.
I am so sorry, but this is, we have these public meetings and we have the agendas and the places for this. We'll, right after this meeting, let's sit right here and talk, but I have a job that I have to.
I do too.
I know, this is not the
like
place.
Farting in a hurricane, you feel a lot better, but nobody notices.
Well,
is what I'm saying, probably.
That's why I want you to have the best opportunity to have your words heard and for people to address this. And I assure you that right now isn't the place that's going to help. And I mean that with all respect. So, please just right after, if you meet with us, I promise you, we'll get you in the right place where your comments will be effective and you will.
Tried other avenues and it hasn't happened. We've tried for 2 years.
Then let's talk later, but this just isn't the place. It is a public meeting, but this has an agenda and it has discussions, and
I'm not allowed.
Sorry, I can't allow it.
Okay, I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you. Any other questions for Chad on this agenda item? Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and go to our public feedback.
Okay, for this item, we had 19 people vote, 4 strongly agree, 5 somewhat agree, 4 were neutral, 2 somewhat disagree, 4 strongly disagree, for a weighted average of 3.16. There was some discussion in the comments about what role CWMUs can play in the public hunting issues that relate back to a lot of the elk hunt or elk plan discussion. There was discussion about elk concentrations on CWMUs and applying pressure on private lands to benefit demands on public lands.
Okay. With that, we'll go to public comment, and we'll begin. We have first comment was from Dave Freeze, and then Jeff, was that is this with the same comment, or is this concerning this one?
It has to do with CWMU all the way.
Okay, then you'll be on deck. So Dave.
I don't have much to say. I am representing the CWMU Association. I'm the acting president. We just are in agreement with the recommendations by the division. But at the same time, we do respect what the advisory committee says and what they come up with, but we do definitely protect the right of the operator to due process and what have you. So Mike sits on that committee. My brother sits on that committee. not everything is heard every time. So I would definitely listen to Daniel on what the complaint was. But at the same time, we do want to protect the public hunting rights on CWMUs. We're very serious about it. The ideas that have come forth over the last few years on educating CWMU operators about the importance of the public hunter on those units is paramount. And so we support that, but we support the recommendations of the division and hope to be at more of these meetings. Thank you.
We have Jeff Merkley, and after Jeff, we have Travis Crittenden. Yes, so is this different than is this concerning the
Proposal before us.
Okay. Okay, we'll discuss after this then. Okay. All right, we're going to go to Travis Crittenden, and then we're going to go to Daniel Richens at the end.
Thank you for your time. I'm Travis Crittenden, and I'm the operator of the Grass Valley Clark Canyon CWMU. There's a few things that I think are important for us to understand as we review what the advisory committee decided. Some of the information that was presented to them was incorrect. And in an attempt to just expose, or not expose, but to inform, I think first and foremost, it's important for you to know that public confidence in what we do is really critical to us. We spend a whole bunch of time trying to make sure that the public is well taken care of as much as any other hunters that come onto our place. It's a big deal. And I personally go out and I greet every public hunter that shows up to our orientation. I congratulate them on their draw, and I know what is vested in their efforts to get there. Some of those guys have spent 25 plus years to be able to hunt and access that type of property. And it becomes a big deal to us. And so it's not personal, but becomes something that's very sensitive to us to know that they're well taken care of. We do an orientation every July with those that have drawn the tag, and I go through all of the policies and procedures. I record it all so that in a circumstance like this, we're informed of what was said and what wasn't said. There are times that we have to make judgment calls. There's times that we have to make decisions, but in no way do we ever restrict the movement of the public people on our, on our property. And it's important for them to understand that too. And so I reiterate that in the beginning and in the end. And I know we've been here a long time, so I won't belabor that process. But please know that the public confidence in what we do is a critical thing for us. We want them to come. We want them to know that if they draw a Grass Valley Clark Canyon unit or any of the other CWMUs that we're associated with, that they're going to be treated fairly. And they have access to the entire place, and that we'll help them every chance that we get. We spend during that time quite a bit of time going out with them, showing them boundaries and taking care to help facilitate their adventure. We want it to turn out well. Well, as the advisory council met, it was brought up that a gentleman felt like he was restricted to a certain area of our ranch, which he was not. It was recommended that there were hunters there, and that's a portion of the ranch that we don't even hunt. We don't hunt deer in that portion of the ranch. So we don't have any vested interest in keeping the public out of there. He could have had access at any point in that time. Now, the discussion for the council or the advisory committee went on to, I was asked the question, did you know that the year previous Daniel was here for this same infraction? And I said, I did not. So the discussion switched from the concern of the hunter to the fact that we'd been there the previous year, and 2 years in a row to have the same infraction was a violation, and they called it an egregious violation, but it was false information because we hadn't been there the previous year. And with that information, they imposed the penalty that they did, and I felt like it was excessive and extreme, especially based on the fact that our public rating is higher. 2019, it was 4.2. 2020, it was 4.5. In 2021.
Can I pause you for just 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Where this is a unique, I'm not sure that we've had anything like this come up to our RAC, and so I don't know the proper procedure on how we're going to be doing this, where I don't have an opportunity we're going to be hearing one side and not the other. So I just want to ask you, I want you to stay there, please. Just what exactly is our responsibility right now as a RAC concerning this?
Oh, I think what we're trying to do is share with you the background of the recommendation. There was a.
So is 3 minutes doesn't sound like that's the right thing for him. This is a comment, but are we going to have the situation explained to us? I mean, I feel like we're not doing it justice if we're going to.
I think that,
3 minutes.
I think that's what the committee process was for with the CWMU committee that Mike was a part of. I don't think we're here to relitigate the case.
That was my question. Please.
I think for the way I understand it is that Travis is right, that they weren't there the year before for a violation. Daniel was there with a question and a concern about how to handle a certain situation. It was perceived by some on the committee that he had been there in reprimand the year before, when in fact he hadn't, which would have made it his second violation in 2 years, and implemented a reduction of 1 tag as a punishment to kind of send a message. I voted against it for the reason that Travis has just stated. This gentleman comes in, they're hugging it out. It was a guest that filed this complaint. They had justification. Daniel was there.
Was it the hunter or a guest of the hunter?
It was my understanding it was the guest.
It was the observer of the hunter that filed the complaint.
It was not even the actual hunter that had the permit.
And the hunter was his son on a mentor tag that his mother drew.
Okay.
So I'd like Daniel to comment on kind of some of the places these tags go. This isn't a tag that he generally sells. It's one that he gives away to raise money for less fortunate, things like that.
Well, lastly, just the idea that there was a conclusion drawn based on incorrect information, that we weren't there for a second violation, irregardless of anything else that may have transpired.
So just let's set the record for just a minute. So everyone in the RAC knows this has gone through this. We have a committee that sees these things. So they've gone through it. They vetted through it. All parties had an opportunity to share their side of the story. There was a decision made by the committee. And what was that decision?
To reduce Daniel's by 1 tag. And permit as an example, and then was later found out by some of those on the committee that voted the way they did because they believed that he had been there the year before for a violation, when in fact he'd been there the year before to question the committee on how to handle a situation.
Is this like kick the rack in the...
Hey.
Right? My gosh.
You got the short straw.
Yeah.
What is the recommendation of the division on it? Not what is the recommendation of some other school committee. Tonight, what is the recommendation of the division? That's all.
Yeah, that's a tough one because it wasn't our recommendation for the reduction of the tag. So I guess by default, our recommendation is the full tags. And the committee's recommendation was for a reduction of 1. And that's a difficult position for us to put us in, because we love our CWMU advisory committee. They're really great. They dedicate a lot of time and a lot of hours. I hope it doesn't come across at all that we're trying to undermine what they do and the work they do and the time they put in, because we really appreciate them and we appreciate their input and what they're trying to accomplish there. So I hope, does that answer it?
Just follow up. So if we vote to adopt your recommendation, he's not dinged a tag.
Is it all in one recommendation? I'm with Casey.
Yeah, that's where it's tricky, because even in my slide and stuff, I didn't put that a division recommendation. I said, this is what they're requesting, and the CWMU is requesting the full tags, and the CWMU advisory is recommending to the Wildlife Board a reduction of 1 public tag. So I didn't have.
So we have 2 recommendations before us?
We have a request from the CWMU, and we have a recommendation from the CWMU advisory committee.
What is the division's position?
If you paint me in that corner, our recommendation is for the full tags, and with it known that the CWMU advisory committee.
Does the division admit that there was false information given? If that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, so having been at both of those, yeah, Daniel on the one came in not for a violation. That wasn't something that had been done. They were talking about exclusion on private land, right? So when this came in, there was the conversations about it, but they had not gotten in trouble for it. They weren't there for that reason.
So the rule states if there's 2 violations, then they lose a permit. Yet we're now saying that that's not what happened, yet the division is still
So there isn't a rule that states that. The CWMU Advisory Committee doesn't have a lot of like specific guidelines, right, Mike? It's kind of, they're there to hear it out
Sounds
and
like
make a recommendation.
Theme of the night here.
Yeah, so that's what their recommendation came out with them not having a lot of specific direction is what I would say. And yeah,
And all the information.
right.
So why wouldn't this go back to the advisory council if the information was incorrect? Why is it coming to us if it's known that the information was incorrect? I feel like that should bounce back to the advisory council for them to have the opportunity to take away their recommendation to take away a tag.
Yeah,
Seems-
and I think the process was done, and so the recommendation is here. You could make the recommendation for us to take it back to them, and we could postpone it
Okay,
here.
so with that right now, I appreciate everyone. I feel like let's discuss right now just the CWMU and landowner permit recommendations. Does anyone have questions? We're done with the questions. We're on comments. Does anyone have we're still on public comments. I'm sorry. I still have another comment card. We had 3 minutes, but I don't know that. Do we feel like Daniel will be able to help? Daniel, you've heard what we've heard. I'm going to ask if you could expand on something we haven't already heard.
I'll be short and sweet. So long and short.
You gotta come up to the.
Daniel Richens, Hannaford. So long and short, I wasn't at the advisory committee meeting last year when the complaint happened. I was there the year before on a completely unrelated topic, trying to work out an agreement with the division on some splits with private ground. The advisory committee thought that I was there for a violation. So when Travis shows up, they said, did Daniel not tell you that he was here last year for the same thing, which was not true. So they thought that this is our second offense now, so they recommend that they pull a tag from me. And even the complaint, the hunter who filed the complaint, well, who wasn't the hunter, it was the observer, said he wished when he had heard that, he said, I wish I'd never even would have said anything. Had a great hunt, killed a deer, going to re-put back in for the CWMU. He told multiple people that. He told Chad that he wished he wouldn't have said anything. I know Mike heard him say it. He told Travis that. So I'm going to lose a tag, but it's not going to hurt me specifically. Like, we try to do as much as we can habitat wise and donating wise. Like one of these tags, we were able to do 10 donated tags this year to different charities. Primary Children's Hospital, Mueller Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, 3 different kids with cancer. I'm going to fight for this tag because that's where it's going to come from, because it should never have been taken away from me in the first place. So they made a recommendation without the correct information. I wasn't there on, probation. So that's the long and short of it.
All right, thank you. I want to.
And I apologize. I was told to come here to plead my case because it would eventually go to the wildlife board.
Okay.
So that's why we're here.
Perfect. All right. So I think the message needs to be, we want to know that there is an advisory committee, because I want the public to know if there is a legitimate complaint, then they need to be heard and it needs to be addressed so that, and CWMU, bad apples and that all in that thing will be held accountable. But that, everything I'm hearing, the hunter had a great experience. Not sure why we're here tonight. So that, I don't know why we're here tonight, why we're discussing this tonight. So, we're going to do, is there any other,
So just to clarify, if we approve the division's proposal as presented,
the Grass Valley loses a permit as well. They don't.
Grass Valley keeps that permit,
Oh,
right?
okay.
I'll go on the record and say yes.
Okay.
If you approve it, they do not lose a permit.
Are we,
Division say that, or does that have to be the wildlife board?
Well-
Undermine your authority.
it'll be the wildlife board that ultimately.
Yeah, but our recommendation, like Casey pinned me down on that, our recommendation is for them not to lose a permit.
Okay, That's what I needed to hear. Okay. Let's not move this, make this not any longer than it is. I want to hear a motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
I love it. Yeah, we were done with public comment, yes. Okay, Ryan, since you're already upset with us over the last, I'm gonna let you.
Well, absolutely, and in all seriousness, I'd like to make a motion that we table this. I mean, there's so much ambiguity and storytelling going on back and forth. I think we table this and let it get sorted out and then come back.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second? Do you want to discuss the motion, or do we see if we have a second? Do we have a second? Motion fails for lack of a second.
I'll make a motion. We approve the division's proposal as presented. I'll leave it at that. Because he already said they're going to.
No, this is the entire plan.
Okay, is this for Grass Valley, is this for the entire?
The whole thing.
Okay, because I don't agree with some of the other.
Well, I asked that question.
I thought you were talking about this one.
Okay, let's hear it.
I'll second Brad's.
Well, we now have a motion on the table, and we have a second by Kevin. Discussion on the motion before I call for a vote.
I'll point out, and this is totally my bad, but there are three variances that were requested that went counter to the division's recommendation. And I'm going to be honest, I agree with the division's recommendation not to grant variances.
What we're doing.
So that's what we'll be doing. So that's in the motion. So then you
So
got
I'm
it.
just throwing that out because.
So you know, okay.
A motion's been made, so I'm just explaining why my screw up that I didn't bring that up sooner.
Just, okay, but can I ask a question to the division again? So, because we're really weird on what the division's recommendation is tonight. So the recommendation is that the tag is not docked and the variances are not granted. Is that correct?
Yeah, so let me just pull up my computer turned off, but because we're talking about the split recommendations, right? Is that when we're talking about variances? I'll just pull it up so we're really clear on this. So Grass Valley would be at 125 and 15, not docked that. Lazy H our recommendations that we deny their application based on the fraud conviction of the landowner. Sweetwater was asking for 3 public elk permits and 1 private, and our recommendation is for 2 public and 1 private. They were also an under acreage elk CWMU. That's the CWMU Advisory Committee recommended that they be an elk CWMU. And Red Iron, we're recommending that they do not become an elk CWMU.
Wasn't there one with a date variance as well? I believe it's Jacobs Creek.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Jacobs Creek was asking for an extension on the elk CWMU, or the elk, bull elk, to go through November 30th. The CWMU Advisory Committee, their recommendation was that they don't get an extra 30 days, but they'd still have a 61-day window, but that it would go from October 1st to November 30th. And the operator said he's still wanting for the full entire September 1st to November 30th. And if he doesn't get that, he'd rather just stay with the regular dates.
What was the division's recommendation on that one?
To deny that as well, right?
Yeah, it'd just be for the regular dates.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the table, and we have a second. We've now discussed that. If everyone's all right, I'm going to call for a vote. Ryan?
Yes. Yes.
No.
Kevin?
Yes.
I'm going to abstain.
Yes.
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 Emily?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1, correct?
1 with 1 abstention.
8-1 with 1 abstention. I'll go ahead and let's do our vote against.
Yeah,
the Sweetwater, I don't understand why we would grant variance for elks. Don't meet the criteria. I think it's wrong. We have standards, we should follow the standards.
Okay. Your abstention just,
I was on the committee.
okay.
That would be a bad idea if I voted either way. So
Yes, it would.
that's why I played it that way.
All right, thank you everyone for your participation. We have a motion to adjourn. Anyone disagree? Meeting adjourned.